In this full guide, I'm going to teach you everything I know on how to be consistent. Who am I and why am I even qualified enough to talk on this topic? My name is Irfan Gire and I've struggled with consistency for the last 3 years in a row. Whether it is on my goals, whether it is on my tahajjud or on my Qur'an, I've struggled so much and there was no video on consistency like this. And over the years, I built systems and strategies and techniques and lessons and mistakes. You gotta get to see it all in this full guide. Ramadan of 2025, that was the very first year I said I'm gonna lead tahajjud. Alhamdulillah, it went well. After the 10 days has ended, I said, because I used to hear like so many lectures saying that you should continue habits even after Ramadan. I said I'm gonna continue what the best habits, the habit I love from Ramadan, which is the tahajjud. I said to myself from 1 a.m. all the way to 3 a.m. I'll do it consistently by myself every single day. And what's funny was that I kept going for about 11 more days. I was sustained for 11 days. And when you do the math, that's 10 days plus 11 days, that's 21 days in a row. And you do know the golden rule of habit formation, which says that it takes 21 days to build a habit. If you observe, that's the 21. And I was thinking to myself, like, finally, this will be the time I'll be 100% consistent. And I've heard that the habit automaticity, whatever, it's gonna be automatic. I'm just gonna wake up and do the habit without any willpower, without anything. I'm so happy. 10 days, 11 days, 21 days. But the reality is not like that, because the very next day, I missed my habit. That day, you can imagine the feeling I had in the morning, the very first, because I woke up, don't get me wrong, I did not sleep the internet. I woke up multiple times. I think to my own estimation from about maybe 4 to 8 times. I've forgotten, like, I did wake up multiple times in the night. And so, the fact that I missed that tahajjud, I felt bad. I'm telling you, I felt really bad. And it's just that I felt like, how could I have done this? How could I have? Because in my mind, I was thinking is that 40 hours of tahajjud, I missed all those 40 hours of tahajjud. How can I just bring back those 40 hours of tahajjud? This is just way too much. And I started to scold myself. I started to regret, because I think there's this like scholars who talks about people in the past that they will scold themselves, they will get angry, they will regret, and they will make unrealistic commitments. And I thought that, okay, I'm gonna do it as well. I'm gonna criticize myself. I'm gonna scold myself. I'm gonna regret so much that I will never miss a single day again. The problem with that, however, is that from that moment, I went on to miss tahajjud for the next 8 months. Don't take what I'm saying lightly. I missed tahajjud for the next 8 months. For the next 8 months, I was not able to do tahajjud more than 3 days in a row. I'm telling you, I tried to imagine. You can imagine a person doing 2 hours of tahajjud alone, to not being able to do tahajjud more than 3 days in a row for the next 8 months. You probably guessed the lesson, which is consistency is not strict. These two different words, and for some reason in the past I just mixed them together. And in fact, even some scholars in the past, they used to say, like, they used to call this hadith ahabul amali ila Allah adwamuha wa in qall. The most beloved of these are those that are done consistently, even if they are small. And they'll tell you, instead of doing maybe X amount of portion, whatever, they'll tell you, okay, do this in every single day. And I used to think, like, I misunderstood that. I used to think I must do something every single day. Every day I must do that thing, which is a very, very big mistake I made. And you need to understand, if you observe, whenever, for example, you break a streak or you break a chain, or you know what, let me just explain these two terms for you. There is streak and there is a consistency. The streak is like a chain. They say never break the chain. Day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, that's how it accumulates. The moment you miss a day, that means you break the chain and you have to start all over. It's very powerful for motivating people not to quit, actually. But when you fail that thing, instantly you just get demotivated and you burst multiple times throughout the day. For example, if you have a streak of eating clean, the moment you cheat on your diet, then you'll be okay. Since I've cheated on my diet, let me just eat more. So this kind of coping like that. And then there is the consistency. Consistency, even if you read in the Oxford Dictionary, it's not this. It's not even strict. I don't even know where the people got the idea that strict and consistency are the same thing. It's not. Consistency, as people define it, is volume over time, or how many times you did X amount of thing in Y time period. For example, if you take a habit of, like in my own scenario, tahajjud. When, for example, you used to do tahajjud one time a month, and then next month you were able to do two times, then the next month three times, then the next month four times, then five times, six times, 10 times. That is what's consistency. Not did I miss a day? No, no, no. Consistency is the volume over time. Volume over time. I really have to start with this because most people think consistency. If you just say consistency, they mean 100% strict. And this is the reason why you fail at all the things you're consistent in. So at least I failed out all these things. I tried so many things and I failed so many things because of only this one mindset that I saw consistency is the same as strict. If you take, for example, a professional player, a professional athlete, let's take which sports, for example, let's say NBA. If this, let's just imagine a person that, just imagine a person that does not exist, is a master of basketball. Imagine if he played basketball for maybe 20 years of his life, and he told you he had 100% streak, he haven't missed a single day in 20 years. What? Will you even trust this person? Like, of course not, because you think that this is totally unrealistic. There is no way you tell me you did not miss a single day every single day. This is not possible. Because fundamentally, like as a man, as a human being, as a healthy human being, you're supposed to go sick. You're supposed to, like, it cannot be possible to sustain 100% streaks. So completely unrealistic. Completely, it's like you can have streaks. Don't get me wrong. For example, maybe 1,000 days of streak, 3,000 days, 10,000 days, whatever. But the fact that telling me you have 100% or relying on the streaks doesn't make sense. Anyone telling me you had a streak for 10 years, you haven't missed X, like, come on. It's unrealistic. Although it is possible, don't get me wrong, it is possible, but it's very, 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 very rare. So it's not like a fundamental truth that you need to be have streaks for you to be consistent. That's totally false. I hope I was able to convince you, because this thing, I'm telling you, it ruined so many of the habits I was trying to do. So many of them. Up until I think the end of 2025, where I saw one post of Hamza and he was saying like his physique. I think he said he did like about 4,000 days, yeah, around that range. So in the post he was telling that, does this look like day zero for you? No. So when you think about it from that physical fitness perspective, then you, because for like in that Hajjud example I gave, I was not able to think. I was not able to visualize those 40 hours. So that's just why. But when you have like a physique or something like that, then that's when you understand. Okay, oh yeah, I am consistent about this. I am consistent. I am doing this and that. Now let's touch on another important point, which is consistency. Is actually habit formation. Like, what is the basic explanation of habits? Think of habits like a repeated action that you do, maybe every day, maybe every week, whatever. Just consistent, repeated tasks. Let's say, for example, every single day I come to my room, I did this. That is a habit. I have a habit of doing this. So you understand the habit, the basic explanation of habit. And then how do we form a habit? How does a habit form? Like, people don't talk about habits. Like, how does it? I'll explain everything. First of all, when you engage in it, whatever you're doing, for example, the example I made, if, for example, you come into the room, okay, even if it doesn't matter the room, it doesn't matter anything. Let's just take the habit of cracking your fingers. Your brain creates these neural pathways, and every single time you do the same habit again, especially at the exact same time, your brain, like, that neural pathways, it gets stronger and stronger and stronger to the point that after some time, like I talked about habit automaticity, after some time it will become very, very automatic, and before you know it, you're just doing it subconsciously. How does it form? There are about four habit loops or four-step habit loop. The first one is the cue. Well, let me just list it out and then I'll explain in detail. There's the cue, the cravings, the response, and the reward. I learned that from Atomic Habits, which is one of the best books when you want to be consistent on something or you want to stick to long-term habits. That is the very best book I've found so far. The cue, which is the trigger. Think about cues as what turns you on. What turns you on? This your brain can do it subconsciously. Like in fact, some of the habits we build, we don't even know that this is that we. Some habits that are automatic to trigger. It triggers out by itself. For example, let's take you want to eat, for example. Sometimes have you ever observed that you're not even hungry, but just at the moment you see that the plates, instantly you start to feel, oh yeah, I want to eat. Your brain starts to form out this hormone ghrelin, and so you start to feel hungry and start to eat. That plates is what's the cue and what triggered the habits, the loop to start. This is the very first step. I think I'm not sure, but I think about 80% of the cues comes from what you see in your eyes, which is very, very powerful because it will lead the foundation of the rest of the things and how I'll teach you how to best build a habit to be consistent in. And so we move to the next step, which is, by the way, I'm having like a cold, so my voice is not the same as the way I usually speak. So I will highly apologize if you get offended with the way I speak. The second thing, which is the craving. Think of craving as like craving is like basically like the motivation you have. Sometimes you feel like all spikes, like your nervous system. You just want to do something. You want that. And let's take the same example of eating. The moment, let's say for example, you have a red plate. The moment you look at your red plate, you start the ghrelin start to pump out and you start to feel hungry. That feeling you have of okay, I want to go and eat, I want to do that thing, that is what's craving. Which leads to the next loop, which leads to the next step, which is the response. What will you do after you feel the cravings? And this is very, very important because the cravings doesn't last long. It lasts for about 5 to 20 minutes, maximum 20 minutes. No matter how much you crave something, when you just sit down to it and just not do anything, even like sometimes it just goes away like 3 minutes, sometimes 5 minutes, sometimes even 2 minutes, but maximum 20 minutes. So the response you do, what did you do after the cravings? You saw the red plates, you want to eat, you got up, served the food in the plates. That is the response. And then the last thing, which is the reward, the satisfaction you get after doing the response. So when you have the food in the plates, you eat it, you feel satisfied, it takes the hunger away, and that is the first step of the habit loop. Cue, cravings, response, and reward. So let's talk about motivation. There's a big debate between motivation and the discipline, motivation, discipline. When you talk about like there are so many NPCs in the world, when you just like, in fact, even before creating this book guide, I remember in the morning yesterday, I just decided to just message this Gemini AI and ask them like, between motivation and discipline, which one is better? Discipline is better. I started giving a bunch of reasons, and I said, if there is an ideal scenario, imagine if there are two people. One person has unlimited amount of motivation, the second person has an unlimited amount of discipline. Still, NPC. Discipline will work because discipline has a system. Blah, 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 blah. I rephrased the question. I asked again. I said, unlimited motivation and unlimited discipline, unlimited drive. It doesn't finish. That is when it submits and says motivation works. And I usually used to give this example because if there's a way, you might think that okay, no, discipline works. Discipline, like have a routine, have a system, have a strict. No. I'm not saying that discipline is wrong, but when you have an unlimited amount of motivation, I'm telling you, you crush the person that has just discipline. Even if both of you have the unlimited amount, you don't. Maybe the person doesn't get tired on like the discipline, and you also don't get tired on the motivation. The thing is that motivation is a feel we want to be motivated, and there are different kinds of motivation, which I think we'll talk about in future. I think during the dopamine and cravings, we would explain. I think the motivation, because there are some kinds of motivation, for example, like the sporadic burst of motivation. So you just feel like doing something and then you bust out a lot of work, and then the next day you feel demotivated and then you don't do the work, and then after about maybe 2 weeks and then you feel motivated again and you do about another work and then you don't feel motivated. That is the kind of motivation that the disciplined person would crush 100%. If, for example, you're sitting down, and I got this idea from Alex Omozi, he says that if a person that doesn't have motivation, just point a gun at his family member. The moment the gun is at his family member, instantly 10 out of 10 motivation. So, what are you trying to say, Irfan? Are you telling me to rely on motivation? No, no, no. Motivation is totally unreliable. Like, totally, I'm telling you. And I used to have periods of my life where I totally relied on motivation. It betrayed me so many times because the feeling of motivation just comes and goes. Okay? Just comes and goes. And so, you need to learn to perform with or without motivation. That is like people talk about this like without motivation, but when they are motivated, they don't really do much. Like I'll teach you how to perform with and also without motivation, which is the perfect sweet spot. So, like I said, motivation is totally unreliable. The feeling of motivation is totally unreliable, but the motivation, the real motivation, it will help you drastically on something you want to pursue, or maybe in an area. Because I think in the advanced section, that is when I will touch on a lot of this motivation, because some of the times discipline cannot just push you through all these things. So we cannot use the real drive, the real motivation on the advanced sections. The next point I'm going to talk about is very, very powerful, which is the brain is actually an identity machine. What even is an identity? What is an identity? An identity, if I would define it, I would just say identity is when person X does thing or item Y. If I say my name is Irfan, I am a YouTuber, then my identity is YouTuber, post content, create content. That is the identity. We all have identities. That is why in school you're called a student rather than just a person learning. That is why in like they call people influencers, they call people entrepreneurs. They have a title to it because the brain, you don't realize how fast the brain creates identity. Like you don't understand, it's very, 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 very fast. I'm telling you, so be careful with what the things can say. Sometimes, for example, I heard some people saying that I am the type of person that I don't, like one person was saying that I am not able to tolerate hunger. I'm a type of person that doesn't tolerate hunger. What do you think the brain would do? The brain would automatically to believe that. And imagine, okay, let's just say, for example, let's say I walk into a room. Okay. Whenever I walk into a room, I sit down on the computer chair and I play video games. Let's say, for example, and that's how I used to do in the past. Let's say I play video games. But the very first time I did that, the brain was, because the brain is observing like every single breath, every second, everything you do. And so let's say the very first time I play video games, the brain creates like a folder for these video games. Let's say the next day I come back again and I play the same video games at the exact same time. The brain adds like they're like a resume every single time, every time. Before you know it, you are the type of person that plays video games. When you're sitting down, you have the idea of playing video games. When you're sleeping, you dream about video games. When you're speaking to your friends, you speak video games. You have this identity of this, I am a video gamer. That is the kind of identity you have when you do something like consistently, multiple times. Like, why am I even talking about this identity? It's very, very powerful because, like I said, that is why I said be very, very careful with what you say, because the brain observes every single breath, every single thoughts that came to your mind, everything you say, every action you took. everything, like it observes everything and just put it in like a folder and adds resume to that. So, and there was like I think a research that they did, they categorized two people into two categories. One person, they asked them, would you vote in this election? And the second group, they asked, would you be a voter in this election? Fascinating enough, the people that they said, would you be a voter, they voted significantly more than the people that just, would you want to vote? So having this identity is very, very powerful. Your brain observes all those things. I'm telling you, everything it just observes. Like me putting on this thing and putting on these glasses, sitting down to record content, the brain is keep putting every single time I do the same thing is having an identity for me. And actually, I will not be lying to you, like today or yes, last night or yeah, yesterday in the morning. Actually, I was supposed to sit down and script this video. Just that I was totally demotivated, like completely. I was just sitting down in my bed and I was watching some videos because I have no drive. I was like, oh man, like there were some negative emotions that happened and I didn't get enough sleep and whatever. And I was just looking at it. In my mind, however, there is this thing called cognitive dissonance. Cognitive dissonance is basically the feeling you have a very, very negative or awful feeling of you're supposed to be doing something but you're not doing, kind of like this guilt. So I had that and I was like, one part of my brain was like, no, this you cannot be doing this now. No, this is another thing you're supposed to be doing. No, it's just I feel very, very bad, and I was just like, I started to feel sleepy, and then boom, I'm like, no. I just dropped my phone. I'm like, no, I have to do these things. This is very, very important for me. I just got up. I sat down with my computer. I brought out my pen, paper, and I scripted for I think 2 to 4 hours. And I sat down and scripted all these things. The reason I did that, like the brain, I talk about identity. The brain, it adds to the resume. I'm the type of person that doesn't quit. And let's talk about this point because I learned something about I think few years ago. Imagine if there are two people or two athletes that want to compete in a race, A and B. Imagine if A was running and he had let's say he has not a fracture. What's the name of that? Like your joints, like let's just say he has a dislocation in his feet. Okay, so he's in pain. He can basically almost not work. He still has a long distance, for example, to complete, and like nobody can come by help him. There is no sticks that he continue. His feet is hurting him, and so he waves his hand for help. People will take him, and then he lose the race. Imagine person B, however, who says nothing will ever stop him. He starts the race, and he also has the same dislocation at the exact same time, at the exact same position as person A. But because person B said that he's not gonna quit no matter what, he got up with a little bit of limping, going up, limping, falling down, getting up again. Before you know it, the distance was getting closer and closer and closer, limping and still going, holding his feet, like jogging sometimes with one leg, and before you knew it, he was able to complete the race. What do you think is the difference between this kind of people? It's not that this person has a drive or no, it's just that this person has an identity of the person that never quits. That is why I said it's be very, very careful not to say things about yourself. Maybe because of like, let's say, as we know, humans, like we create so many scenarios for ourselves. I'm the type of person who I cannot stay with hunger, or I get rage easily, or I'm the type of person who does blah 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 blah. All these things. Be very, very careful because the brain will create that folder, will add all those resumes, and that is why you will see yourself. Sometimes you will not be able to push through some certain things. I'm not saying that you should push through hard pain, like he could have gotten permanent damage to his feet. This is a separate point, but I'm showing you that this person knows that he's the kind of person that quits. If, for example, after that race they got fined and they were told to race for maybe 10 more races, I guarantee you out of those 10 races, about 2 to 4 of those races, will be the only race that person A will complete. And all the rest of the race, the moment you have a problem, you quit. And imagine the second person that was able to push through that hard pain. He would complete about 8 to 10 of those races. Which is very, very powerful. It's very important to have good identities. Have good identities. Even if you don't have, try to fake it. Try to say to yourself, I'm a person who does this, or I'm that person who is, just say good thing about yourself, so that the brain will start adding those resumes to it. So what even is the purpose of this video? I've been yapping for a few minutes. It just feels a little bit cringe when, for example, the YouTuber is saying like, I really want to help you. I genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, I want to help you. But you don't even know me. Like, how will you even help me? You don't even know my life. You don't even know me. And then after I became a creator, I realized that, oh, some of them are actually true. But some of them are just trying to make videos. And so, I'm going to be 100% transparent. I'm not going to hide anything from you from now on. I have a program. I have a paid program. It's a community of young men, or young Muslim men. But it will be so much, what's the word? So selfish. Be very, very selfish if I were to pitch my program to you. So this is my promise I'm going to make. Only buy the program or only pay for the program if this video helps you. If it doesn't help you, please do not pay the program. Because I would not pay for the program if somebody, you probably never knew me, like you don't know me at all. Use whatever I'm going to teach in this video. Use it 100%. And I promise I'm not going to pitch anything to you. I'm not going to give a links, maybe like capture your email. I'm not going to do any of that thing. I'm not going to push through like the course throughout the video. This is going to be a long full guide. I'm not going to speak about all these things. I just want to help you, and in the return I would get this satisfactory feeling that I've helped so many people and I will be able to get testimonials for my program. But please use what I have. Just use it. It's completely free. And I'm not gonna take this video down. This is completely free. Use that. If you use it and it helps you, please just give a review, so that I'll be able to understand, like, how would I know it helps you if nobody commented on the video? That would be like, I want to know that I'll be happy, and I'll be creating more guys like this coming soon. What am I gonna teach in the video? This, however long this video would be, it will only talk about how to operationalize consistency. We probably had the knowledge of consistency here and there, and we probably knew about the things I'm talking about, but it's just that you don't know how to operationalize consistency. And that is what I'm going to teach you. I'm going to teach you how to do it by yourself without needing me, without needing to watch this video every single time you're stuck with something. I want to teach it to you. I want to show you how to actually fish by yourself and get the best fish possible. That is what I'm going to teach you in this video. The first section is done. I will see you in the next section, where I will show you the science of starting consistency. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Let's start this section of the guide with the 4 laws of behavior change. Make it obvious, make it attractive, make it easy, and also make it satisfying. Let's talk about each of these points one by one. The first one, make it obvious. There is a physician. Her name is Anne Thorndike, and she had a belief that she's able to change the way people's behavior by changing her environment. And there was a 6-month study whereby she changed some arrangement of the room and placed water bottles, because people used to buy like soda bottles like a lot in, I think it's a clinic. So she placed water bottles where people used to sit and at eye levels and everything. And within 3 months, the amount of sales they had on the water bottle significantly increased. I think about 25.8% of focus, but it increased so much, and the amount of soda sales decreased about that. Okay? And then I got the idea. I remember reading this in Atomic Habits, and I said, okay, if I can place my Qur'an at eye levels at places around my room, I'll be able to do Qur'an. What a good idea. You know, I said, okay, I'm gonna try it. I remember I placed one Qur'an, like, you're gonna see, but there's like a wardrobe behind me. So I placed one Qur'an here. I placed Qur'an. As you can see, I still have a Qur'an, like some of the Qur'an, like I have one here. I used to put one on my bed. I used to put one in my bag. I used to put, I think that's it. Yeah, one other one here in the desk. I had some like Quran, like must have so many. I think I put another one in the bookshelf, and it didn't happen. It didn't have any zero impact, like zero. I think I did that for about 3 months. Nothing. Was it 1 month or 3 months? Nothing changed. Like zero. I'm telling you, 100%. Nothing happened. And I was thinking, like, does this professor or does this physician lie to me? Like, I put the Quran like around my places, like nothing changed. I did not change. I did not do anything. I didn't. I did not even read the Quran more. And that's when I will actually understand. Like, I did misunderstand what it meant by making it obvious. When they say make it obvious, there's a difference between visible and also obvious. Visible. Imagine if you have dots. Or let's try writing it down, okay? So we're gonna draw something on that page. I think it needs a marker. Okay, let's draw something. Okay, as you can see, this is a 3 by 3 cube, or 3 by 3 squares. If they say these things are visible, which one is obvious among them? And probably you may see that this one has a different shape, but this is the side points. They're all the same. But if they say making it obvious, this is what they mean. The marker is like, people like this put something on the marker so it's not visible, but as you can see from the boxes, this one box is darker, as you can see. And so from this box, which one is obvious? This one. If someone came to the room and I just show him, the first thing the person sees is this box right here. This is what it means by making it obvious. The rest of them are visible, but this is obvious. And the fact that I had the Quran around me, I had the Quran maybe in the bed, in all these places, it's still not obvious. Because I can keep the Quran, like for example, you cannot see it, but there's a journal I have right here, as you can see. It's next to my bed. Don't get me wrong, the strategy, it works, but making it obvious. And remember, there was the only way I was able to do that, and this is actually for the Quran, but for certain things, it happened like very, very fast. Because like right now, I have like gym clothes at the back of my wall. I used to have like my recording clothes I used to hang it here. Because the moment I usually used to see it, I just wear it easily without thinking about where it used to be. But for Quran, what I noticed is that these things did have impact. What had an impact was that back in around 2025, yes, around 2025, around October time, or was it September, October time, I don't have a phone at that time. My phone, the phone I used was an iPhone 6s, and the battery was totally drained and everything. So I lived without a phone for about a month. During that period of time, the electricity was not good. So I would sit down without nothing to do. My mom would not give me a phone. I don't have a phone. I had to sit down without doing anything. I have nothing to do. And so I said, okay, what am I gonna do? I would sit down sometimes, I would wake up. I have nothing to do, and it was in the holidays, so there is no school. My friends used to go to jobs. I'm just at home without anything to do, anything. And so I just looked for something to do. I looked for it, and then I spotted my Musaf. Just randomly opened the Musaf. When I read the few pages, I closed it. I'm like, why did you even close it? You have nothing to do. I just opened the Musaf again. After I closed it, I went out. I ate food, drank some water, finished everything, came back again, opened the Musaf. Before I knew it, I was just, when I have nothing else to do, the only thing that was obviously sitting on my couch or sitting on my desk, those Musaf. When there was nothing else, I don't have a phone. Like these books, like it was not. I don't even like want to read it at that time, but I think most of the times, like you have nothing. If, for example, you say I'm a type of person who doesn't do good, I don't know. Lock yourself in the room. Give someone the keys and only keep the mushaf with you. There's nothing in the room. I guarantee you, you're gonna go back to the default, which is focus on the Quran or focus on the thing that means to you. And so by doing that, I started to do more Quran and more Quran. Before I knew it, in about I think 3 weeks, I completed the 5 juz I was pushing off for years. Like I didn't memorize those 5 juz, but I rememorized them in just about 2 3 weeks. I memorized something that took 8, 9, 10 months to do. I did that in 3 weeks because I had nothing else to do but Quran. Okay, so making it obvious, make it in a way that your brain cannot unsee it. The second thing, make it attractive. There is this I think I forgot the name. He observed that he loves watching Netflix, and so as an electrical engineer, he was able to design a machine he has, and he was able to hack into the system and programmed like this his machine or this his bike to only play Netflix at a certain speed because he was also like gaining weight, so he wanted to lose weight at the same time, but it's a little difficult for him. And so he said that he gonna pair the thing he loved with the thing he need to do. He used to cycle. He used to pedal a lot, and at a certain speed, you start watching Netflix. The moment he reduces the speed, the Netflix will pause. And because he continued to do that. And I think some people were saying that this is a very, very good way to just. I think he tackled his obesity while at the same time doing what he loves. And the strategy he used is called temptation bundling. Is you need to pair the thing you're supposed to do with the thing you want. And like I said, I was reading Atomic Habits and I saw, okay, alright, so I love playing Minecraft and I need to do the revise my Quran. So when I just revise my Quran and then let me just pair it together to see what the result will be. One day actually, I just put in myself, I put my cap, put my musaf, went to the masjid. I sat down and I put the musaf, I started to revise Quran. Within about 5 minutes, I cannot do this anymore. I'm so tired. I came back, grabbed my phone, and I sat down on the couch and I played Minecraft. Again, it failed, like I said. For some reason, I don't know why those things that I learned from Atomic Habits, it failed for Quran for some reason. I sat down, like, I was, even while revising, within the first 2 minutes, I was just thinking about, oh, Minecraft, okay, what should I draw? Okay, what building should I create? Or like, my friends come, I want to make them jealous, or like, all these things. I was just getting constantly thought, like, ideas, from every direction, which distracted me from the main thing. So this is what I'm on with temptation bundling because, like, the guy, electrical engineer, he was able to do that, but for some reason, the Quran, it's just not like that. For some reason, it's just not like that because by doing that, it didn't change anything in me. It just made me want to do Minecraft more. And there's a reason because we're going to talk about making it easy. We're going to talk about that in a second, but for now, let's just continue. And I think making it easy, I'll explain why all these things are different. But Irfan, how did you do? How did you make it? Well, how were you able to do? Are you telling me like making it attractive is not like the right thing? Of course not. And I'll give you a story because around 2025, there was this Quran competition that came up. I was supposed to also participate in this Quran competition. It's just that I was a little afraid. I was like, I wasn't really confident in my abilities at that time. I was not really confident, and my friend desperately wants me because he competed as well. He wants me to compete. I was like, I have a school, I have all these things. I was just making up excuses. And then there's another girl who also participated in the same category. I wanted to participate, which is the 5 juz. Before he had to like teach her, he trained her so many things. He gave her so many tactics, so many, and I'm telling you 100%, she came and she dominated that category. Although her head was not strong, but like this game where you recite like this and everything. And then there's the last portion, which is your what's the name? You normally have to test your head, but before that there's this game. And so he taught her, and everybody was so amazed. And I was sitting out in the crowd just like this. I was getting angry because this was what I was supposed to do. But I did not do it because of all these excuses I came up with. And so I said to myself, okay, what should I need to do? I should bring back my Quran. The moment she came down from the table, everybody was just congratulating her. I remember my AirPod was her. So I came, I collected the AirPod, and I went back home. I was just so angry. I was just thinking, I need to get new Musaf. Because at that time, remember, I returned the Musaf I had. I gave a story because for over a year, I took a Musaf from the masjid. Because basically, I messaged ChatGPT, is it okay for me to take Musaf from masjid? And it was like, yeah, it's halal, just take it because you have a niyyah of reciting Quran with it. So the person that bought it will have this reward for that. And I said, okay. I bought the Musaf, I painted everything, and I was using the Musaf. And then about 8 to 9 months, or was it? After a very long time, actually, I watched the video of Asim al-Hakim where he talks about the grave sin. You have to return the Musaf. And immediately I just cleaned up all the mistakes I was making in my Musaf and I returned the Musaf. So I had no Musaf at the time. The moment I came back home, I brought out my wallet, took the money, immediately I went and purchased a Musaf. Like, you don't realize that when a Musaf is brand new. Have you ever observed when you're in the masjid, when like there's this shiny Musaf from there, you cannot, even if you don't want to, you just want to touch it, I just want to look at it. Yeah, that's a fundamental behavior. And so when the Musaf was brand new, it was shiny, it was attractive to me, I was able to do the Quran. Like that first 10 juice I had, I brought it back within a week. Imagine, or within 2 weeks, imagine the thing I was like, nah, I cannot do no. I brought it back within about 2 weeks. It's not even 2 weeks, it was under 10 days actually. Imagine bringing back 5 juice, that's 100 pages in just 100 days. Sorry, in just less than 10 days. And so, like we talked about making it attractive. Now let's talk about making it easy, because this is where I had most of my friends and everything. Let's start with there's this person, you probably know him, Victor Hugo, which he has like an impossible deadline. Was supposed to write a book, and for over a year he was just pushing it off and he was procrastinating. He was doing certain things, not writing the book, and he had this like impossible deadline, and he must submit a book. He must. And so he brought out a brilliant idea to just cut off his procrastination on working itself. And so he took all his clothes, locked it in, like for example, what's the name? He locked his clothes basically. He took it out. He has nothing. He cleared everything. He cannot go outside. He can only eat. He can only drink and do the basic needs and only read a book. No phone, no television, no newspapers, nothing. He just removed all this thing from his life. And miraculously, he was able, in that impossible deadline, he was able to finish the book entirely, like in advance. And I remember reading that, I was like, I wanted to do my Quran. And I've been pushing off. I just compared that. I saw about 90% similarities. I said, okay, why don't I do the same thing? And so, December of 2024, and I gave this story so many times in this channel, I had a super ambitious goal to complete the entire Quran in just 52 days. And at that time, I had like 4 juz that was a little bit strong, just a little bit. And I said, I'm gonna continue. I was just pushing off like this Quran memorization for like the entire, my entire goal. I had just one goal, which is to memorize Quran. I would sacrifice all things for the Quran. And so the last 50 days, that was the only time I had. I said, I'm gonna lock myself in the room. I'm not gonna go outside. I'm not gonna do these things. I'm not gonna do all these things. I'm just gonna sit down and do my Quran. This time I failed. I failed. This is the worst one. I failed miserably. It was just so difficult. Like, for some reason, for other things, like I did, for example, like there was a time during like there was an exams in my school. Within 10 minutes, I was able to sit down because I had this impossible deadline. Sit down and memorize everything, and I was able to enter before exams. But now for Quran, for some reason, it's not like that. Sometimes it does work, but sometimes what I notice is like it's not 100% like that. Although all these things are not guarantees, there are chances, it's just that they make you a little bit more likely to do that. And like I said, I failed miserably. I would sit down to memorize the instructions, every single direction. I would try to cut off the distraction from my friends. I would try to cut off, limit my phone use. My dad would bring me into his room to help me with certain things. And like you know, your dad, you don't have no other option but to obey him. Now, there was days I would go to the masjid. My mom was sick at home. I had to come back and stay with my mom. And there were so many things that happened in just to do this, and most of the knowledge I gained was in that period. Even though I did not memorize the entire Quran at that time, but I gained so many insight and so many knowledge and so many mistakes I've made and lessons, which hopefully I was able to use. Like I have over 100 videos on this channel, hundreds of videos, and most of them was coming from just to do this. I failed, and I think from that point I failed 2024, I failed 2025 as well. And I was like, how can I just make it easy on myself? Because it was difficult, right? I had like high standard, or I must memorize 10 pages a day, every single day, and I must do this. I had like so many intense, it's raining. I had all these things, massive things. I have to complete this thing, I have to do this, I have to do that, I have to do all these things. And so up until 2026, there was this sheikh I met, which was one of the inspiration for me to start even memorizing Quran. And I sat down and humbly to my knees, and I was just complaining to him like why, and I explained to him all these things, because he used to think I'm just special, and I humbled myself and I was explaining like I tried, it's just not easy for me, it's not hard, it's just try. I'm this vicious cycle: memorize, revise, forget, memorize, revise, forget, memorize, forget. I'm just in this cycle like this. And he gave me some advice. He was telling me like, sit down, bring it back one step at a time. He told me to also take a page and revise it 30 times per page. I was like 30 times. I was like, don't worry about that. Just look at the page over and over and over and over. It doesn't take long. Imagine even if it takes like 30 minutes. Try to do the pages you can. He also say I should revise slowly. I should know all these things. He gave me some certain advice and everything. And the advice he gave me, I said, I'm gonna start. I started, and alhamdulillah, I started to, step by step. I was able to bring back 15 his, which is about 7.5 juice. This time around, the strongest it I've ever been. Alhamdulillah, which is helpful, alhamdulillah. And I've increased that ever since. And then alhamdulillah, like in the past I remember feeling cringe when people just like telling me like make it easy, and you might be that feeling having this like ambitious energy, like no, like you need to be like make it, you're a strong man, you have to do this, and don't make it easy yourself, make it difficult so you have to accomplish that. This is advice coming from an ambitious person just like you, or even more than you, because if I were to tell you the kind of ambition I failed a lot of things. I have ambitious goals, like a lot of ambitious goals. Like I'm telling you, make it easy. Okay? Make it easy. We human beings, we are lazy creatures. Like we are lazy creatures. Make it easy. I'm not saying like forever it should be easy, but now start, make it easy and start as easy. That is what this section is. Science of starting. Okay? Make it easy. Start easy. I'm telling you. And then there's the next, which is the most important law, which is make it satisfying. You do know this, like there's no need for me to tell you all the science behind it and all the things. You do know that the things that are enjoyable, we human beings tend to continue that thing. This is natural. What's fascinating, and I found in Atomic Habits, was that the first 3 laws make it. There is a way he worded it out, like the first 3 laws make it possible for you to do the habit this time, and then this making it attractive make you more likely to do the habit the next time. I thought about it like, how can I make my own Quran? Because like I told you, the goal for 2025 is another, but Atomic Habit, I think the end of 2023, or was it the beginning of 2024? Yeah, sorry, I actually bought it at the end of 2024, 2025. I bought it about October time, 2024. And so from that time I led Atomic Habits, and I was like, how can I just make the Quran satisfying? And the thing is that even if a habit is difficult, even if a habit is not is completely hidden, even if it's ugly, as far as it's very very satisfying, you will continue that. How many times have you ever played, like for example, I used to play Minecraft and you see people like grinding for XP? It's difficult. Like XP is hidden, like you have to go and find it. And it's not really attractive. It's just like this one line, just going up and down like this, just adding the numbers. Grinding for 5 hours, people like grind so much. Like if you most likely watch this Minecraft challenge videos, you see they'll grind for hours. They'll tell you I spend 50 hours on this video game, 400 hours, 1,000 hours, all these things. But because it's satisfying, that is why they were able to push through. And I said, oh, how can I just make my Quran satisfying? Which leads back to the advice, the Prophet, I think the advice, sorry, in the Quran. وَرَتِّلِ الْقُرْآنَ تَرْتِيلًا. Tartil. I recite the Quran with measurable pace. Tartil, and I found tartil is one of the best ways I use. And the Prophet ﷺ, he says that it is said that he used to pray tahajjud, like a lot of tahajjud, a lot. I think it's about 3 to 3.5 hours of tahajjud. Some say even 4 hours. Imagine every single night, and every night he would recite so slow. And I remember during that period when I was saying that I did those 21 days of tahajjud, I was also doing it slow. I was like, how can you be telling me like if you're doing it slow and you quit? It's not that I quit. I missed a day and I regretted missing that day. And I was thinking, how can I bring back those 40 hours? Not that I did not enjoy it. And partly because I was just constantly changing my routine. I would watch a video and I would change the routine from this, and I'll watch a video and I'll change it to this, and I'll watch a video and change it to this. That's how I've been doing like all these things. And something that is enjoyable, like you know that you would stick to that thing 100%. Let's say, I have been giving example for Quran. Okay, let's say there's a different thing. If for example, let's say for example exercise, because I used to do consistent exercise as well. How did I make my exercise so satisfying? I used to wear my gym clothes. I put it on, and in the morning time, like after Fajr, after I do my dhikr, I would go to like this flyover. Usually I used to be alone. Sometimes I would probably have like about 3 to 5 people. I'm not together with them, it's just that they also join me. I also exercise together. And so the way I did it is that I would wear my gym clothes, I would put the shoes and everything. I would take my water bottle and I would also put AirPod, which I learned from Atomic Habits, that you should listen to your favorite podcast when you're working out. I used to listen to Atomic Habits as well, and I would listen to it and I would be working out. Some of the ideas I would get, I'm like, oh yeah, okay, that's a good, oh yeah, I'll just listen to my audiobook and I'll be doing my own exercise. Before I knew it, 30 minutes is gone, 1 hour is gone, and I'm back every single time, doing it every single time. So find a way to add it's raining a lot. Yeah, find a way to just make it very very satisfying. If for example you're cooking, just pay it. For example, like there's a way we used to do is that, for example, you want to eat clean, so like you can't keep your phone close to you and watch your favorites. Maybe I'm not trying to teach, because there's this thing called dopamine and reward, which we'll cover in I think the next few sessions. Also, when you put, for example, your phone, let's say you're watching maybe your favorite podcast or your favorite thing, just the thing you love, and be eating on the good thing. Only do that when you're eating the healthy food. So you will see, observe like you'll be eating the healthy food at the same time, which also doing that's the same thing as well. And I think let me just close this window right now. Okay, so we're still in the section of the satin, and now I think we should talk about the friction. Friction, as you probably knew what friction is, it's like the rubbing force. If for example I take my hands and I rub it together like this, the harder I rub it, the more friction it is. Also, there's also friction. There's also like what's called the behavioral friction. What that means is that the friction, like psychologically, they have these like frictions. Let's say, for example, you have to add conditions. Let's say for me to exercise, I have to jump at certain times, I have to pay a certain money, I have to eat a certain food, I have to do all these things. Putting all these conditions on yourself, those are the rubbing force. It's gonna increase friction and to just make you quit all these things. And there's basically an equation I used to have. Okay, it's very simple. Decrease the friction you have on bad habits, on good habits, and increase the friction you have on bad habits. Decrease the friction. So, for example, you want to exercise, just ask yourself, how can I make it as easy as possible, as effortless as possible? Going back to the make it attractive, the law, just make it so easy. And the example I gave was during my tahajjud. I was there, it's like a tahajjud full guide I created in this channel, and in the tahajjud full guide I talked about how I was able to make it really easy. I said to myself, okay, what's the easiest form of tahajjud? The easiest form, probably 3 rakats. Okay, so how can I still make it effortless? I said, okay, I'm gonna use the same bow that I did in my Isha. How can I still make it easy again? I'm gonna do the salah after Isha. It cannot get any easier. After Isha, just make it and just go to bed. Just make it as easy as possible. After that, so just get up 3 rakats, boom, just go sleep. You'll be so much happier. That is how I was able to track tahajjud a lot of times. Although there are times I did wake up in the middle of the night to do tahajjud, which I add as like a hybrid model. I would do that as an additional, but the main thing is the 3 rakats, and then this is an additional. Whenever I do that, that's a bonus for me. And increase the friction of bad habits. I used to have like, I don't used to have like TikTok on my phone. I don't have video games. I don't have like all this. The only social media platform I have right now is like WhatsApp, Snapchat. And I know Snapchat can be very distracting. It's just that for me, I've never even used Snapchat like this. I've never done it in my life. Like I've never ever. And I asked Snapchat for about maybe, let's see, around 2021 maybe, for about 4 or 5 years now. 5 years. Oh sorry, yeah, 5 years now. I have Snapchat, but I've never used Streak in my life. The reason I have Snapchat on my phone is just to take images. Just that's it. If there's a way I can take an image with Snapchat, I would have deleted the Snapchat as well. So WhatsApp and Snapchat, that's the only thing. And WhatsApp is for messaging people here and there. Those two things. And apart from that, there is also YouTube, which I deleted just a few days ago when I entered this extreme work season. But YouTube, I also have like hours of YouTube, like hours. I will not be. Like I told you, I said I don't play video games. I don't have any of these things. I don't scroll. I don't do these things. But YouTube, I would. There are days I watch YouTube for 10 hours on this, 3 hours, 8 hours, 5 hours. So I was having this YouTube thing, and I was thinking like, how can I? Because I know that YouTube is distracting me a lot in the extreme work season. And what I did was basically I deleted the app. This is not the first time I deleted the app, and the past when I deleted the app, after some time I'll just get massive cravings and I'll download the app again. And I was thinking like, how can I do that? The best way I did that was I did not completely deprive myself of the YouTube. I deleted the main app, but I left that browser, so I can just, whenever I'm looking for something, I can just go to youtube.com and I would maybe watch the video. My YouTube habits, it reduced drastically, because in the past it was like 5 hours consistently, like about 5-6 hours consistently. It reduced to about an hour, 2 hours. Some days like I don't even watch YouTube because I will have to enter Safari, so it's not subconsciously like, sometimes when you're just moving your phone, you just see the app and you want to enter. So I cleared the queue from there. I had to constantly put in the thing, wait for it to reload it again, and I added some friction because I made it the page will not work by itself. I have to be refreshing the page. Let's say, for example, not like I will be watching the video, I'm not need to refresh the page, but whenever I went out of the page, I came back, I have to refresh the page. It doesn't refresh automatically. So I added a bit of friction. So that is how my YouTube habit reduced. So, like I said, increase the friction for the bad habits, reduce the friction for the good habits. And now let's talk about one of the most important parts, which is the environmental design. environments, like starting the video I talk about motivation and all these things, and saying that motivation is unreliable. People, they overrate motivation. And environments, if you observe, I don't know whether you know me in the past, but when you just look at the previous videos I have, this is not a setup I used to have. This is not. I used to do it in my room actually. I painted the room actually. But I used to in my room. I used to put the tripod here and I would record from this direction. Also, I did change it so many times. I changed it to my the other room. I changed the format, the clothes I used. I changed so many things, and I was able to reduce as much friction. I was thinking to myself like, how can I reduce as much decisions as possible, which will help you if you have a good environmental design. I will show you how to get that as well. And I said, okay, the first things, the very first videos I made, it was not even difficult. I'll just put the tripod, arrange it, look at it. It's a good thing. I'll start recording. After I'll be looking at the scripts, recording, pause, look at the scripts, continue. I will just and then after that, I would edit a video and I'll publish a video. And then everyone was telling me like the background was very very bad, and also like it was not as bad as it shows in the video. For some reason in videos it shows that it's very 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 bad, and it's not like as bad as it is. And so I moved to the second room, my sister's room. I used to make content like this, an additional room in our house actually. And then I will go to the room, I'm making content. Every single time I have to pack everything, like my microphone, my phone, so many things, my AirPod, I always pack my lights and everything. I'll move to the other room. I'll put like the door is very so close. I have to put paper and jam the door very well so that it does not, I have to rearrange some arrangements because my sister used to keep her arrangement the way she likes it, and I have to make content. I cannot just keep these things around, so I have to clear some things, arrange the thing. And my tripod was also broken, so I have to have like this plank and just adjust it a bit, put the camera, look at it, record for 30 seconds, check the camera, it's not good. There's just so much friction that even in that I was still able to create the Hadithful guide and sleepful guide, and it's just so much. And I was thinking to myself, how can I just reduce that friction? I don't even want to be leaving my room. How can I just wake up, do my solar, do everything, sit down and record without leaving my room? And so I said, I'm gonna come back to my original room. The only problem was the background, and I was just experimenting. Like some videos, I changed the setup. I tried to record here, I tried to record this. I just tried to do the setup until I found this optimal one. I don't know whether I can change it, maybe in the future, I don't know. But for now, this is the best one so far. And for some reason, miraculously, I was able to paint the walls and everything. The environment you have has a huge impact on you. And in 1936, there was this psychologist, I think his name is called Lewin. He brought out an equation saying that behavior is the function of, I think, people in their environment, and he gave a formula of, this is the formula. So this is the formula. Behavior is the function of people in their environments. And not too long ago, I think 1952. Yeah, 1952. Very fast, the business people, they took this concept this equation and put it into practice. And I think in 1952 there was this economist called Hawkins, I think, and he developed a strategy called suggestion impulse buying, whereby he was able to put the things that are put on eye levels, they sell much faster. Have you ever observed that sometimes you don't even have the need to buy something, but because of how it was presented to you, just buy it, like you just bought it. And in fact, I think this book, David Goggins' book, actually I use this book actually these two books, Atomic Habits, and also this book, to create guys like this. And I remember that day I didn't even have the goal of buying this book. Like, I don't even have the goal of buying this book. I just went to I think I wanted to buy like these two markers, like the red and the green, and I just wanted to buy it. And I was like, I finished everything, and then he asked me, And so I just went to I bought the markers and everything, and it just turned, and I was like, wait, what's this book? Let me see. Oh, can't help me because I wanted to buy the book for a while. I learned about the book. I knew who David Goggins is actually. I want to also push through difficulties and everything. And because I just saw the book, I was like, okay, I'm gonna buy the book. Sometimes, like, at least for me in my own scenario, I knew about this book, but sometimes I don't even know about things. It's just that the way they are presented, I'm like, ah, sure, I will just buy it. So just an impulse buying, put things at eye levels. So now, how are we set up in a way that it will be suitable for your work? It really depends on which work you're doing. Let's say, for example, your work is, let's say, content creation. In my own scenario, or maybe you might to study for exams, or it might be you want to do Qur'an, or you might be whatever. Set the environment. Just have a pen and paper and ask yourself, how can I tweak this environment to support my work? Maybe putting a tripod next to, maybe putting tripod as a YouTuber. Maybe putting books next to your to like reading, or just I also designate. For example, I use the laptop. This laptop for work, only for work. And I remember after fixing the laptop, and I even made it. I mentioned about that in the channel. The moment I have this like laptop, like most people, they are afraid of using their phone because they would do this certain things. They would flit from one document to the next. I became afraid of using my laptop because during exams, the moment I just open my laptop, I just want to work. I just want to work. I just want that. And so when you do, for example, you have a laptop or you have a desk, don't switch tasks. For example, don't say the same bed I'm going to use it for eating that I used to do. Don't say the same bed I'm going to use it for work and the same bed I'm going to use it for video games. The same time, no. That is why, like, for the phone is even harder because sometimes you play the video games on your phone, you watch TikTok with your phone, YouTube. You also try to work on your phone and all these things. So keep one if possible. If not, then all these things are possibilities, not natural. The final thing. Designate. Have these things for specific purpose. Just you might, for example, write something on top of it. Like, this is the thing I use for blah blah blah. I put my gym clothes. They just design your environment in a way, like I said, that it will help you. Like I said, I have at the back of my wall. I can easily just put it in my wardrobe. It's just that I put it there so that when I'm going out, I can just be seeing it every single day, and I knew what I'm supposed to do. I have about 3 clothes actually at the back of my wall. I have this this content, but I also have the club I used to go, and because I used to lead Salah, alhamdulillah, in Fajr, and I also have my gym clothes. So these 3 things, I just hang it at the back of my door. Whenever I'm going out, I just look at all these 3 things. I know what to do. I also have like my bag. This is behind this tripod. I have a bag. There's certain things I just in my environment that the moment I sit down, I know what to do. Design that. Keep it at eye levels as well. Okay, because in the past I used to have like goals. I used to place goals on my wall very very high up, because I used to say like people used to rip off the goals. I put it very very high up on my wall, and because it's not in the eye levels, I don't even used to see it most of the time. Sometimes when very rarely I just look, oh yeah, my goals is up there. Put it in same level, and I remember none of the goals I achieved. Like it's 25 goals, none of them I achieved. It's just very high up. So put it in eye levels where you can see it. It's very very important. And now let's talk about procrastination. The 2 minutes rule about procrastination. There's this thing that people say that you can chunk down no matter how difficult a certain task is, you can chunk it down to 2 hours. 2 minutes, sorry. What they mean is that chunk it down to 2 minutes. When you take, let's say for example, you want to cultivate a habit of maybe journaling. You want to start journaling. You want to maybe meditate a bit. Just chunk it down to 2 minutes. Let's say in my own scenario, maybe working out, maybe, or doing cardio and everything. Chunk it down at the same time, 2 minutes. You can walk instead of running. You might even jog for 2 minutes. That's it. Just come back. The clear thing is that do not get exhausted, because when you get exhausted and you quit, your brain will have that same identity, like I said, or when he gets injured, or when he gets a little bit tired, he quits. Just quit. Just stop. Have a deadline. For example, even if you are revising Qur'an, just maybe revise maybe 1 or 2 pages and just stop yourself. Just stop yourself. Just temporary. Stop yourself. And by doing that, there will be no conditions. Yeah. Keep doing that, there will be no conditions. 2 minutes. Like when a task is so difficult for you, and remember you can just do it in 2 minutes, it will be easy. When something is very, very easy, okay, when it's easy, you can easily just do it. It's because it's easy enough for you, and make it very, very easy. Like in the past, the mistake I used to do, for example, like I said, I gave some stories like that last 24 days, last 52 days in 2024. I used to say like I must do 10 pages, and had it been I knew all these things, I would have done it maybe I would have said maybe like 2 pages or 1 page or half a page. Have the bare minimum. Okay? It's very important to have a bare minimum because there will be days that you will be totally demotivated. And when you remember you have all these things, it will be so difficult for you. So find a way to do it. Maybe scale it down to 2 minutes. It's very, very easy. Just keep a list of things, like write it down. Okay, what are the things I want to do? Check it out in 2 minutes. All the things, just check it out in 2 minutes. Just make it easy. And now the parts I've been waiting for, which is the habit tracking system. I'm gonna teach you how to track a habit, and I'm gonna give you. I've been tracking my data for about 5 months now, almost 5 months. Although I did have like 2 months in the past where I was tracking, but I just got off and came back. But consistently, I've been tracking for about 4 or 5 months now. What even is habit tracking? We've been hearing the words habit tracking, habits, all these things in the internet. What is habit tracking? Habit tracking is the process of tracking your habits. Yeah, perfect definition. Just track your habits, just measure your habits. And what's funny is that James Clear also talks about you don't realize the things that I've been tracking. Even if you don't consciously track, you track your transactions, or the bank tracks it for you automatically. It tracks your spending habits in the transactions. It tracks maybe the amount of videos you watch in YouTube. You go just to watch history, you see all this. Oh wow, we have been measuring all this. It tracks, for example, your heart rates. It tracks so many things like that. Many things that you don't even know you track by yourself, or maybe an app tracks it for you. Whatever. It's very, very powerful. I remember there was a period of time I just removed the habit tracker just for a few minutes because there was painting this wall. I removed it for about 3 to 5 days. I promise you, my habit was just going down, and I'll show my own habit tracker in a second. And the last tracker for the last month, I think I will leave it to maybe the last part of the video, and then hopefully by that time maybe I will almost finish that, and then I'll bring it and I'll show you all the habits I've been tracking for the last few months. And so, like I said, track your habits. It can be done, like there are several formats you can do it. I'm not going to use a marker this time, I'm going to use a pen. I think where's the pen? Yeah. Let's say there are 3 things. Let's just track our habits. There are many formats you can use. The personal format I use is which don't care about this. It's a very long time. Let's say the first format is you write, let's say maybe day 1, and maybe let's say meditate, journal, sleep. Let's just say that like that. This format right here. And let's say, for example, you have, like I told you, use that 2 minutes mark, or do the bare minimum. Let's say, for example, today you meditated for 2 minutes, then take it 2 minutes like this. Or you can color code it the same way I used to do. I would put green on the when I got it right, on red when I failed that. Let's say you missed journaling today, X. You slept good. Good. The next day, day 2, maybe you've missed all 3. Day 3, you got all 3. So that's how you be tracking. And also keep it visible, like everyone can see the social pressure would also make you do that as well. And I think let me show you my previous habit trackers. And yeah, let's open that. Yeah, so let's start with the first one. As you can see, this is the first section, which is the Tahajjud. I tracked my adhkar by the amount of pages I'm memorizing, the revision, not the amount of pages, the days I memorize page, the revision I do, my meditation, exercise, reading, journaling, core exposure, deep work, and also sleep and wake up time. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's about 11 things I tracked. And you're not supposed to track this much, and I didn't know that I already started, and I cannot just delete this thing. I have about 30 days. So, as you can see, I'm not giving you 100% consistency. I'm not giving you that. As you can see, the days, some days, mostly you can see green, but just I hate seeing this red, so that is why I try. There are days I have like totally like no missed things and everything. The first month was generally good. And then I tracked the second month. This was a little bit messy actually. This time I tracked my, excuse me, the adhkar, the adhkar running, all this. I think it's the same thing. But this time around, I split it, sleep on time and wake up on time, because I saw I used to consistently, and that's when I realized I was not sleeping on time. As you can see, I was not sleeping on time. I was waking up on time, but I was not sleeping on time. I track everything to see like the red, although the green I think is more than the red, but just I don't want to see. I just don't want to see that. Let's move to the third month. This is bad, like really bad. Like what happened? I think if I can remember, I was just, this is the worst month so far. If I can remember what happened, I totally forgot what happened. As you can see, the red is just so much, like so much. As you can see, I've been tracking, but this time I think I reduced the thing I track. I think that this time I did not change. I did not make the massive changes I made this time around. I just tracked all these things. I think about half of these things I didn't start tracking about until then. I just started tracking. It's just a mess like this. It was very, very bad, very, very bad month. The fourth month, yeah, this fourth month it was also bad, but at least it was not as bad as the third month. And this is when I realized I need to make some improvements to the habit tracker, which I will teach you in a few minutes. Look at these things. If you observe, this is the most part I missed because it was like my Quran manager and everything, and I was giving a story in the channel, like I fell off my Quran like a lot, but I was still doing certain things. I failed a lot, as you can see, and that's when I realized I need to do the bare minimum. That is how this habit tracker is better than this one actually. And I'm not gonna hide it since you. I'm not gonna just paint green and just tell you I did all these things. I'm 100% consistent now. No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. And this is basically how habit tracking works. Track your habits. Some people basically track their habit. The second format is that, let's say for example, they also have like these boxes on the wall, like X. Maybe you complete a good day, a bad day, all these things. You can tweak it, just make it as simple as possible. That's the message I was giving you. Just make it as simple as possible. So it's very important as well, like to track at the same time. After tracking, immediately just have this in the way you can just stick it on a wall, and it can be a powerful motivator. For example, seeing the green go up. The days that I guarantee, the days that I had 100% this thing, it was immediately the moment I just complete task, I track it. By doing that, it makes it very, very easy. Like, it's very, very easy to just do the rest of the things. And also, like, there's this thing called like eat the frog, do the hardest tasks in the beginning with the whatever. Try to do that. And let me fix the lights. Okay, so the do the hardest tasks in the very early in the morning, because that's the time you have like your willpower and everything. And I've been recording. It's like what's the time right now? Maybe like 2, 3 a.m. I woke up like 1 a.m. I started recording this video. It's like 3 a.m. right now, and so do the hardest thing in the morning, and then after that immediately just take it green or take it whatever you're doing. That, like I said, it will act as a powerful motivator. Seeing the days making progress, that is the most important thing. Like seeing your progress, like visually you're seeing your progress. This is what made me sane. It's made me not, because this like going on to self improvement, like it's lonely, and also you do things that people don't understand why you're doing certain things. And so starting to track all these things is what gave me a huge boost, I'm telling you. So let's move to the parts where is very important, which is called the withdrawal phase. The withdrawal phase is within maybe the first. I used to call it like withdrawal monsters, whatever. With any name you can, it's called like you can call it whatever name you have. Withdrawal phase, withdrawal monsters, whatever. The first 24, it happens sometimes first 24 hours, maybe first 72 hours, maybe first 5 days, 7 days, whatever. It's just random. But within the first 14 days, you would have like the best analogy I can give you. Imagine, let's do this exercise together. Inhale in, inhale out, then inhale in halfway, stop, inhale out below the moment the point you started, inhale halfway again, below again. By doing that, you start to, after some time, you would generate this air hunger which is built in you, and that is when you find yourself just pulling in as much air as possible, so much air. That is what what's called air hunger, and that's the similar hunger you'd have. Maybe should name it differently. But when you deprive yourself of the bad habits, maybe you start to do good habits, start to stop doing the bad things and all these things. It's just you start to build this hunger in you. Like after a few days, then you start to hijack and just pull yourself from all these things. That is why it is very advisable to not have streaks. On the days you have all these like massive cravings, like massive, you just want just smash something, some bad habits and everything. The moment you have that, it's totally okay. Like don't worry about that. When you have that, you cannot control it. Fine, it's okay. Just understand why that happens. Try to fix it, and then come back and continue doing that thing. By doing that, it makes it so easy. I'm telling you. You will have. It's not like it happens just few days. Like for example, the very first time you're starting, but after some time to normalize and you totally forget about that. And it happens in two ways. It can, for example, you might feel a rise in your motivation to do good things. The bad things, sorry. For example, if you used to eat junk food or you used to play video games and you just stop and you start, after some time you have a massive cravings. You just want that thing, and then after, or it might be that you will have a massive dip in motivation. You just don't feel like doing these things. And what I noticed is that all the time I had these things, like I have, for example, doing the bad habits. I learned this actually. I also put it into practice, and I realized that okay, it does happen. Whenever you are having a negative emotion, the only reason you do bad habits is because of you're having a negative emotion that you don't want to feel. And I noticed that for some days, like I would sit down in bed, I'll be overthinking. I just naturally find myself overthinking about certain things. Thinking like I'll be thinking about this, thinking about that, and just constantly just overthinking, like I said. And after about an hour, I'll be like, my sleep, oh my god, I haven't sleep, and I'm still overthinking, it will ruin my sleep again. And then I just saw myself naturally just want to eat food before bed, or I want to scroll my phone, or I want to do these things. It does happen. The reason you're doing bad habits is just a mask of the negative feeling you have. And so it is not a bad thing actually. The brain doesn't want to feel bad. It's just like feeling bad is not good. Okay, it's like kind of just sit down in the negative emotion, just continue feeling that, be like the David Goggins, like push through it, forget about your feelings. No. when you have a bad feeling, like we are human beings at the end of the day, we also have our weaknesses. We are still weak. No matter how strong we are still human beings. We have feelings and all these things. I'm not telling you that you just relax with all your feelings. Like no. When it comes to doing something that's the right thing to do, like I have like you can see me for a few days. I'm like taking a pause. Like my throat is so dry right now. It's so dry. I'm telling you, I can I can't do it. Just finish the video and get some water. I'm really tired. I've been recording for like almost an hour, maybe 2 hours now. Okay, so like I said, back to the point, the bad habits you have been doing is as a result of the negative emotion. I'm telling you, it's not that you want to scroll on TikTok or you want to play video games. It's not like that. Even if you think you want that, I'm telling you, it's not like that. Because as a video gamer in the past, I used to play video games for hours. I'm telling you, some days 10 hours, maybe 8 hours, 7 hours. I used to play video games like a lot. But nowadays, I don't play video games like at all. So that shows you that it's not the video games I want. It's just that I was masking off these bad habits. Although when you're young, you don't even realize that. Just sometimes like they might offend you, and then you want to play video games. Sometimes you just want to play the video games. When you're a child, that's different. But when you have grown up, like how long have you been like you're a man or maybe maybe a female, but you have grown up. How many times will you be sitting down and playing video games? Because there was a day actually, my mom sent me to like deliver, like it was, I think it didn't eat, and so I delivered to my grandmother. And then I met one of my friends. He actually he's I think a year and a half older than me, about a year older than me. He's like basically he's in 200 level. I mean 200 level in university. And I just came. I was like, hey, his name is. Sorry, I don't want to call his name. And I'm like, hey, we got like gestured and everything. But he was just playing video games. Like I just said, okay, fine. You just feel so here. And I went to deliver it. I'm coming back. I said, I'm gonna greet him and then I'm gonna leave. I came back for some reason. He was on his game. I was like, oh yeah, I've delivered a thing. And have you seen someone? I've never seen him. Like I called his name, he didn't even hear anything, and he was like, here I am. He didn't even hear me because he was just obsessed about playing video games. My one of the friend I think heard me, so maybe he would just speak to him, and I just left. I was like, in my mind, I was like, how old are you? You're still playing video games like a young, in the past when you're young, maybe 10, 11, 12. That is okay, but like you're grown up, grown up. How long? In the past days, like at your age, you're supposed to be married with like 2, 3 children. But nowadays, here you are, like 20 years old, 18 years old, 20, 30 years old, are still playing video games. Come on. You need to grow up. You physically grow up, but you're still a baby, you're still a child. Back to the point, like I said, the withdrawal phase will come. So do not worry about the withdrawal phase. Sometimes it doesn't even come. Like for example, when you're doing a small habit, the withdrawal phase is very little. It's very, and that's the reason why people talk about starting small is because of the withdrawal phase. So for example, if you say I must read an entire book every week, I must do this thing, I must do this thing, I must do things. When the withdrawal phase, like you just choose a difficulty, okay? When you choose a difficulty, and then when it comes, it's gonna make it very very hard for you. But when you choose, for example, just meditate for 2 minutes a day and just journal 3 lines or maybe say just feelings. The withdrawal phase, you might not feel like it, but you just grab a phone and maybe grab a pen and just that's it. Complete the goal, boom. And the withdrawal phase will be gone. So just to choose your difficulty, easy, hard, minimum, whatever. I've now played video games in a while. Let's talk about dopamine because I've been talking about this like motivation and cravings a lot. Dopamine is like a chemical released in our brain. I used to also think, people used to think like dopamine is, when you hear the word dopamine, is that you get a lot of pleasure from instant gratification. But dopamine, research has found that it is actually motivation. And you get that there are basically healthy levels of dopamine. Like when you take for the last millions of years, from the very first man on earth till now, we have been having highly levels of dopamine. But in the modern day and age, maybe in the last 100 years or so, there's this concept of instant gratification. Although in the past there are instant gratification, for example, you would hunt and immediately kill the boar and immediately eat. You might, for example, play with a friend and fight him and win. And there are things that you get immediate feedback from him, but it's different from the instant gratification we get in the modern day and age. The moment you bring out your phone, and maybe you saw maybe a new Mr. Beast video, or maybe you saw a new video, or a new, maybe you play video games basically. There's this, the dopamine levels, it goes up because you're enjoying this thing and you're getting happy. It goes up, and the moment you're done with that thing, it goes down. But the problem, it doesn't just go down to the level it started, it goes down below the level it started. And the next time your brain will crave that same high, so to push you to do it more times to get the same high. But because of the amount of times it goes high, it will go below that as well. So the previous below resistance just go below like that, and that's how we're doing. Like before you know it, your natural levels is just real low at the point that you just feel so depressed 24/7. And I learned a concept from one of my books, which is that happiness comes from solving problems. Solving problems, it's the inverse of it. It will go below. Like for example, it's not that I'm enjoying every single second of this YouTube. It's just that I push myself to do hard work. So I'm having like a bit of a low dopamine right now. But the moment I'm done with this video, I get high. I wish it stays at the next new high like this. Whenever I try to do it difficult, it goes a bit higher. That is why you see a person will be so happy about what he's doing. It's because he's engaging hard work. And the first time I heard about this thing, I realized the Prophet ﷺ, that is why he does this. I'm not saying that's the only reason, but I'm just speculating. I'm not a scholar, don't get me wrong. But the Prophet ﷺ, I was wondering, like, why would he do his tahajjud for 3 hours, 3.5 hours a night, every single night? Because he was pushing himself to do hard work. That is why throughout the day you see him so smiling, so joyful, so happy. Okay? Do hard things first, very, very early. And doing the hard thing, like, it's a bit contradicting, because I was saying making it easy and now I'm saying make it hard. No. The habit you should try consistently. That's what you're supposed to get. In fact, in the morning, like, the difficulty doesn't really matter, because it doesn't really matter much. And also make sure you have immediate feedback. Like, have feedback loop. All the guys I'm creating is the hardest videos I'm creating. Like the Hajjul guide I made, it was so difficult for me. The sleepful guide was difficult, and this consistency guide is very, very difficult. But the thing is that after I've submitted, I've published it, I just get a massive levels of dopamine high. I just so happy about that. Even I don't care whether the video gets 3 views or 3,000 views or 3 million views. It's just that I'm happy because I published that thing and I was able to extract dopamine from that happiness. Like I talk about the rise and the dip of dopamine. I talked about healthy and unhealthy levels of dopamine. I talk about dopamine in general. Try to like have healthy levels of dopamine. The problem is that in the modern day and age, healthy levels of dopamine sounds, for example, every single day I'm meditating, people just see me like, you get that kind of feeling, right? So this is kind of problems we're gonna have to face, but it's still okay, because like I said, like it is said in the books by McManson, happiness comes from solving problems. So imagine how many problems I've solved in this video so far. I've been like, this is probably like maybe 100 hours, maybe an hour and a half. I've solved so many problems. How much happier I am right now. Happiness comes from solving problems, not the other way around. So it just talks about motivation here. That it talks about motivation after doing an action. It's not that you feel motivated and do something. No. Do the action, the motivation comes, which will make you to do the action more. And I think this is the end of this section right now. Welcome to section 3 of this full guide. And in this part of the guide, we're going to start with accountability. Have you ever heard of the word habit contracts? If you've never heard of it, basically in 1984, there was a statistics that was taken in 1984. They realized that about 14% regularly wore their seatbelts. And then over 5 years later, over half of people in America wore their seatbelts. And another statistics was taken in 2016 that they found that 88% of Americans wore their seatbelts. So how was that shift? Like, how is it that many people are able to just do that subconsciously? Like, it's not comfortable thing. It's not easy to put your seatbelt every single day. Like, I can say it's easy, but it requires a lot of effort to have to put it and make sure everything is like fixed. Like, I also say it's not obvious. Like, you decide that you totally forget about it as well, and it's not even satisfying having something wrap around you. So how was it able to do that? And what they found was that the government, like, if there is a regulation, okay, or a rule that was put strict on every single person, before you know it, slowly people will start to join all these things. And I think it was said that about 4, I think, out of 5 of the countries like also made it a law to also post it. And there's another person called Brian Harris, and during his son's birth, he made a contract that he had certain goals to achieve, and he was not able to achieve it. So he said, okay, you have quarterly goals, you have like first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, and fourth quarter. Before quarter basically means like 3 months. And so he said, okay, he gave, I think it was 2 of them, 2 people that would hold him accountable. The first one was his wife, and the second one was his personal trainer. And this nation, I think he made a rule that if he doesn't reach his goal, he would give the personal trainer a bit of money. And I remember when I was reading that, I gave the same offer to one of my friends, but instead of him to hold me accountable, I said I'm gonna hold them accountable. If they don't do that thing, they'll pay me some money. And like everyone was like, no. Because they said that they're not gonna do that. So basically, what he did was that I think he gave him about $100 or $200 if he doesn't do X. And so before you know it, he was remembering like people watching him. One, number 2, the amount of money that he'll be giving, like it makes the last law the opposite of the last law, which is make it satisfying. So the opposite of that would be make it painful or make it unsatisfying. And so he's remembering like you have to pay that money. No. So he would do that thing. Accountability is very, very powerful because before you know it, he achieved all these goals and he increased his standards. Another example is Thomas Frank, who usually used to wake up at 5:55 a.m. And he said he made a commitment to himself that if he does not wake up at 5:55 a.m., an automatic tweets will be sent to his followers. Hey, it's 6:10 a.m. and I'm not awake because I'm lazy. Reply to this message and for $5. I think the limit is like 5 people or something. And so it was like, whenever he missed a day, he would give free money automatically. Anybody just missed it, they would bank wired $5, about 5 people like that. Remembering this thing, I'm telling you like 100%. I even tried this thing, not actively but subconsciously. Actually, I don't know whether you've noticed that I am actually the Imam of our Masjid, alhamdulillah. And so every single time I used to, sometimes, some days, like for example, I will wake up, I'm so tired, I don't want to eat salah, I don't want to go to the masjid, I don't want to. Like, don't get me, I'm not gonna say every single day I used to have this feeling of wanting to do good deeds, and I will go and do my salah, and I'll be so happy. No. I'm a human being. I'm telling you, there are days that I totally don't want to. But because I have all these people looking at me, and I just have to get up back. I just have to. I don't even negotiate with my emotions. Like, nope, I just have to. And most of the times, like when you just put yourself in the battle zone, that's it. All the feelings just goes away. Like most of the times. So have someone to hold you accountable. And actually, holding you accountable, it has like a degrees to that. It has degrees to that because if for example, you give someone like your friend that you have control over, like you can easily just tell him when things get hard, you can easily just tell him like, no, break the contract or no. And I think was it Brian Harris was talking about that you should sign as well, as like a commitment of seriousness. Sign that, write down the thing. For example, you have a paper. For example, write down the things you want to achieve. The daily task, not just weekly. The daily task you have to be doing every single day. But don't do it like very, very hard for you, because if it's getting hard for you, you start to negotiate with those things. Create a list you're supposed to be doing. Sign a contract. I also add, I think the best option would be money, because when you just say, I'm gonna do X, maybe you can negotiate, but just like give someone, for example, the access to your credit card. or the access to your to just some of your valuable assets. Now, when you don't do X, you're gonna take it. I'm telling you, even if you're sick, you would have to just want to do it. I think because you don't want it. Like we human beings tend to avoid fear. They tend to avoid pain and all these things. So why don't we use it to our advantage and create like this hybrid contract, which is very very powerful. Like I said, have a way to someone who can easily just hold you accountable. Like I said, there are several ways you can give people the ability to hold you accountable. You can give, maybe you can write it down, but people used to say like do it like, for example, all the habit tracker is a form of accountability. Don't get me wrong, but I see like it's a bit less because some people like will see it for like we have like this social pressure, so this kind of things to help you, but it has a degree. I think the highest level of it is to send, like for example, in Thomas Frank example, it's not that the money he cannot give, it's just that his reputation, like he don't like he wants all he can to protect this reputation of his, so that is why he did that. You can also do that as well. You can maybe have a similar thing, like not just an automatic tweet, or you can just message your friends, okay, like if I don't do this thing, like just have something a bit painful to avoid from, rather than saying as a reward, because we human beings, we have a painful bias compared to reward. For example, if I were to say go and memorize the Quran, or go and create a business, or just do X thing, if you do that thing, I would reward you with maybe a new car, a new house, or something new, or something like that. About, if I would say, if I would give the offer to about 100 people, about maybe 20 to 30% of people would achieve it, would push themselves through that. But majority of people would be like, nah, I don't really need it, the car right now. I don't really need it right now. But if I were to put a gun into your head, or gun into your family member, go and make $1 million this year, or else I'm gonna kill everyone in your family. Suddenly the person starts sleeping 2-3 hours a night. Previously the person will be like, I need 8 hours of my sleep because like the doctor said that. But when you put a gun on his family member, he starts sleeping 2 or 3 hours a night. He starts to work from the time he's awake till the time he will sleep. Sometimes he will sleep in the computer chair, waking up and still working. Where did he get all these ideas from? Where does he get it from? The brain, it was created for us to survive, not for us to do all these modern things. All these things are like modern, like I said, I don't know where I said it in the previous part of the video focusing, but I talked about like immediate gratification and delayed gratification. We humans are not wired to do delay gratification. Okay, like even in the past, like we would hunt and immediately get the maybe the boar, the chicken, or whatever, take it to family, cook it, eat, just get immediate reward, immediate feedback, immediate thing. Okay, although there are things that you have to delay naturally, like for example, you have to farm, put a seed on the floor, and rain or whatever, it will not instantly grow, but you get my point. And now, sitting down in a computer, I don't really know how many views this video is gonna get. So it will be a bit of a sacrifice for me to be doing all these things, a bit of an effort. Okay, so like I said, the powerful motivator is to put a gun on a person and immediately 10 out of 10 motivation, 10 out of 10. So this is the kind of thing, like we have to use these things to our advantage, like the social pressure. Like I said, what I found, like the higher the social pressure, the more motivated you become. Instantly, you would find out that you have like all this motivation, you have all this this result for motivation, but it's just that you don't feel it, you don't use it as in fact. But when you increase the difficulty, it's not that you increase the difficulty so much that, for example, let's say I give an accountability. Let's say, for example, I sign a contract with my mom. Let's say, for example, that she holds me accountable. That if I don't work out for 3 hours today, every single day, she's gonna take X amount of money. Like it will be a little bit difficult. And if you have an authority on that, for example, if you can maybe have a bit of conversation with that person, that you're not afraid of that person, you're gonna just tell that person, oh, like no, like can you reduce it? I'm blah 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 blah. I'm sick. No. Have a contract that you don't have access to it. And what I found, like for example, my sister, she don't want to spend money. For example, if she's trying to save for something big, what she does is that she would go to the bank and lock the account so that no money will be out, and she can only put the money in the account. And so Whenever she wants to just remove the money, she remember like I cannot remove that money from that bank. So she just be putting the money before you know it. She saved so much that year. She saved so much. So this is the power of accountability. And now let's talk about the art of repetition. So there's a first there is one of the best research I found in atomic habits. It talks about, I think the name of the professor is it Jerry Edward? Like he's a professor of University of Florida. He divided he divided people into two groups. The first one is the quantity group, the second one is the quality group. The quantity group, they were asked, like it's like a photography, okay? They were supposed to take pictures. They are graded based on the amount of photos they were able to take. For example, 100 videos, 100 images would be a grade of A, 80 maybe, or yeah, I think 90 above would be A, 80 to 90 would be B, 70 would be C, and you get the point. And then there is a quality group. They were asked to take the best quality image, depending on the quality, depending on the grade. So if they have the very, very, very good image, then they will be able to do it, and then they will get this good grades. And after some time, the professor came back. What he realized was that he thought those people with a quality image would have the best quality, but what he found was that those people with quantity, the quantity group, they scored a higher score, number one. Number two, their photography was better than those that was asked to take a perfect quality. Why is that? Like why is that? And what psychology found out is that there's a difference between being in motion and taking action. So those people like in the quantity group, they were constantly making action, constantly getting feedback from their friends, constantly taking more pictures over and over, art of repetition, fixing, like doing it multiple times, getting better at it every single time. They're iterating. Like there's a difference between just doing quality. Like people just talking about quality, no, quality better or quantity better. No, both if possible. Quantity, choose quantity, but make sure it is getting better. Don't just be doing same behavior every single time. No, be making it better. Okay, and I used to think like I said, I talk about being emotional, taking action. Remember in the first part of the video, I was talking about how I failed 2024, 2025, like my Qur'an. Like it's not that I was lazy. Don't get me wrong. It's not that I was not pursuing the Qur'an. No. Every single day when I'm not at home, I'm in the masjid. If I'm not in the masjid, then maybe another person took me out, or maybe like there's for example, an event, or maybe university, whatever. But I am in the masjid. Whenever I'm not at home, I am in the masjid. Whether it is at night, whether it is in the morning, whether it is in the afternoon, whether it is in the evening. I was just always, whenever you will not see me, like for example, sometimes you just come to our house, where am I? Oh, he's in the masjid. So actively, I was going to the masjid until I got a realization that going to the masjid is not the same as memorizing Qur'an. Going to the gym is not the same thing as working out. Reading books is not the same as maybe taking action on a business. So there's a difference. Like as far as you don't do the thing, you just maybe like I think I got the idea yesterday. I was watching like a video of Alex Mosi was talking about learning. What even is learning? Learning, he defines it as the change of behavior. Sorry, same behavior, different, same condition, different behavior. And he was mentioning like if you've learned, like for example, this video. If let's say, for example, I said, whenever I open the door, wave a hand at me, and I open the door and you wave the hand at me, then the same condition, different behavior. You change the behavior because of you learned. Whenever I open the door, you raise your hand up. Whenever you watch this video, for example, and you don't do anything, then you haven't learned anything. You just tickle your ears, and so there's a difference. Like you watching this video is being in motion. You're watching this video, researching, you're doing all these things. But as far as you do not put yourself in the zone to take action, that is not called. That will not even push the needle. This quantity group, they were doing multiple of it, and the quality group was trying to optimize everything for the like optimal quality. I think this is a very, very low amount of images that they created, and even like the low amount was not as good as those people that are doing the quantity group, because the quality group was just focusing on like the small details, like how to over optimize and all these things. And we human beings, like don't get those people wrong, we human beings are like that. We want to optimize so many things. And I remember like creating content, I used to say like, no, I need to wake up at X amount of time. I need to sleep X amount of periods. So I just have to optimize my brain so that I will be able to 100% to work. Like it's just like now, as you can see, the sun is. I was supposed to be up by 1, but I woke up around 5 a.m. And as you can see, the sun is going up. I remove all those conditions and all these things. Like my brother is gonna come into the room in a few minutes and take his bags to go to school. I still was recording this video. So you have to just remove all the conditions and all these things. Like do the bare minimum and then go from there and make iterations. Like don't change but make iterations from that. Because if you say I need a perfect quality video, maybe as a YouTuber I must say no, I need a perfect camera setup or I need a perfect background or this, like I just want to optimize everything to just get the perfect quality. No. It doesn't work like that. It never work like that. It will not work. I guarantee you, nobody. If you are optimizing for the quality, you might get a quality video, maybe one video a month like that, and a person doing quality video like 30 videos, and among the 30, 5 of those videos will be good. So try to understand what I'm talking about. Quality and quantity. Choose quantity every single time. But why don't you do qualitative quantity? That's the time I was just telling myself, okay, why don't you do qualitative quantity? Instead of picking between quality and quantity, do the quantity but make it better every single time. Easy, boom. And there's a question that came to my mind, like how many days how long does it take to build a habit? People talk about like 21 days, 60 days, 30 days, all these numbers. The numbers, I'm telling you, it doesn't work. Imagine if, for example, you engage with the behavior maybe 3 times a month. It's still 30 days, but you do not do that thing. So it really amounts to the amount of frequent times you do those things. And what's fact, there's something I found in Atomic Habits. It was talking about, it really depends, like repeating an action. It has like physical changes to the brain. Like I'm telling you, they found out musicians, there's this part of the brain, I think the name is cerebellum or something like that. It increases in size in musicians compared to non-musicians. So actively, like for example, playing the guitar or violin, like actively doing that, it increases the size of that part of the brain. And the second group of people is like the mathematician. I remember when I was in, I think, primary 4 like that, I was practicing a lot of math and everything. So and before I knew it, like when you are young, you're practicing something, and before you knew it, you're so good at something. What they found actually is that there's this gray matter in your brain. It pumps up. It has a lot of gray matter in your brain. That when you're practicing mathematics, like calculation, doing like problem solving and all this is, they found that people with that have an increase in the amount of gray matter in their brain. They also found that taxi drivers, there's this part of your brain called the hippocampus, which is responsible for like special memory. It's like it's used for memorization basically. And it found that the taxi drivers, they has a bigger hippocampus as compared to non-taxi drivers. And what's fascinating is that after they stopped doing that, after that, it shrinks. So it's like a muscle, like I would say. Constantly, like a muscle, like when you exercise a muscle, it becomes bigger and bigger. When you stop doing that, it starts to shrink slowly. And I think a podcast I watched of David Goggins a few years ago, it was talking about the anterior mid-cingulate cortex. It is a part of the brain responsible for like willpower and everything. And every single time you push yourself to boundaries, push yourself to do the hard things, this part of the brain becomes bigger and bigger. And whenever you don't, I think it becomes smaller. I'm not sure. Like why does the brain have to increase on all these things? And there's a quote by, I think, George. Let me read it to you. I wrote the quote. Let me read you a quote by George H. Lewis. In learning to speak a new language, to play on a musical instrument, to perform on unaccustomed moments, great difficulty is felt because the channels through which each sensation has to pass have not become established. But no sooner has frequent repetition cut a pathway than this difficulty vanishes. The actions become so automatic that they can be performed while the mind is otherwise engaged. And both common sense and scientific evidence agree repetition is a form of change. So repetition, like why there are some people like in the past, people when they talk about Qur'an and meditation repeat so many times, I was like, is there a way I can just do it easy? Like and listening to this now, I kind of felt a bit guilty because in the past, like people talk about me about repeat, like my sheikh used to tell me like repeat the Quran 50 times before reciting the sheikh, and I was like, But I can memorize it. I can memorize it 10 times, 20 times. Why do that? Why do I even need to do that? I just nah, I'm not gonna do that. And I used to tell people like, nah, don't do it. Like, nah, don't waste your time repeating that much. Until I found out that repetition, like there's this neurons in our brain. Every single time, like I said, when you repeat a task, the neurons, the neural pathways become bigger and bigger. So whenever you repeat something, they like George says that the channels through which they pass becomes it was not established. Like that is why it's difficult for you. Okay, but when you repeat it certain amount of times, it becomes easier and the channels becomes bigger. So you'll be able to do those things. And that is how like people like some people used to say like nah I'm not the type of person who like learns a new language so it's getting difficult like why no I was like to learn Arabic language I want to learn Arabic language don't get me wrong to learn any kind of language it's gonna be difficult in the beginning it's gonna be like why are you so afraid of the difficulty why to learn any language is gonna be difficult to learn a new maybe to master a subject is gonna be difficult to master anything in fact is gonna be difficult it's gonna be. So why are you telling yourself, oh no, like it's difficult, so like nah. And I think I was having a conversation with one of my friends. He was telling me like I was asking he was telling me like basically they usually used to tell him that read other books, like you have a deficit of knowledge, you have like a depth of knowledge, like you're not making any progress to your goals. And he was like, and the reason I'm not reading is just that there are some words that I don't even understand. And I was like, and I kind of opened the phone. I was showing him like, and he was like, it's I think it is mentioned like highly recommended or highly something. I forgot. I was like, you see the word highly, I don't even know that word, and that is why I'm not even reading the book. I don't want to find a book that I'm not able to learn this. And I was like, you have a phone, you have internet access, you have a dictionary. Like, imagine people in the past, if they found a new word, they have to go to like the person in the library to ask for opinion, to write it down, and try to memorize all these things and come back. They have to move to like libraries. Some people, for example, if they have newspapers at home, they have to be asking their parents every single time to just learn this new thing. Some people would leave this place to go to a different place to get just a small amount of knowledge. But imagine you have a phone that can literally translate everything to every single language you want. That you can just pick one word and you'll be able to find the meaning of the word and the synonyms of that word and how to even pronounce that word. You would find knowledge available everywhere. Everywhere. But the problem is that is the problem with like making it easy because it is mentioned that what is easy to do is also easy not to do. So that is why I would not recommend something becoming like stupidly easy because you would feel like it's too easy. I'm just gonna do that. No. To get a habit going, yes, and make it easy, but to a certain extent, because like remember this quote I'm telling you, what is easy is also easy not to do. There was a podcast I was listening to when I was like very long time when I was like struggling to like memorize Qur'an, and it was saying that people nowadays have Qur'an on their phones. Like you can have the best reciter from across the globe reciting your phone. Like how awesome is that? I want you to imagine if you, for example, you were someone your great grandfather, maybe that died maybe 200-300 years ago, and tell him like, Sheikh, so and so Sheikh Mishawi would decide in my phone, and he'll be like, Sheikh Mishawi, no, it's not possible. In fact, having the phone, he will not even believe that we have all these things. Why don't we just do this? Why don't we just help ourselves? Like literally, we have the best kind of research. Everything's like is online nowadays. Why don't we just sit down and do that thing? Like I said, repetition is very, very important. It's just that people nowadays are like looking for alternatives, looking for shortcuts, looking for the best options, like the tactics and all these things. It doesn't really have much. So let's talk about habit automaticity. Okay, habit automaticity is, I would say, the rates by which a habit becomes really automatic. Let's give an example. Have you ever observed, like, when you just open a door that is a dark room, already subconsciously, for example, like in my own scenario, I'll just open it, I just open, like the lights are back on. I already know subconsciously where all the switch is. Whenever I open a room, sometimes if there's a phone on me, I just turn on the light. I know if for example like, there's no phone in me with me, I just turn on the lights. I know where it is subconsciously and all these things without even doing that, and that is when a habit is automatic. So they made mention the amount of frequency you have to do. I would say when you repeat something, maybe if this is for example 30 days or even 21 days, 9 days, like just do something every single day. Okay, you find yourself the more you do it, the more automatic it becomes. And there's a graph that they made. I don't have a drawing, but there's a graph they made of person working 10 minutes a day. Okay, let me ask you, like breathing. Do you even like think about breathing, or do you think about like step one, step two, step three to work? No, no, no. It's because it's already automatic. You do so much reps. So like just when you do so much reps, just do so much. And if I were to quantify it, I would say maybe do something for 30 days every single day. And even that will not be totally automatic, but at least I've already started the automaticity. It's like certain things, like for example, that are difficult. No matter how many times you can do, it's not gonna be automatic. There are certain things, but when something is as simple as possible, like for example, very very easy, maybe the habit of meditation or something like that. Okay, so this kind of things I think it will work when you're having like when you do that same thing for like multiple times. Okay, so just do so much reps, like that's just somebody just do so much reps. It doesn't really matter how many times you do that, but just do so many times, you will find yourself automatically just doing that thing normally. And now let's talk about one of the most important parts, which is systems versus goals. There's a big debate in the internet in the past, people talking about like goals is very important. I am in the side of goals, but when Atomic Habits came out and it just destroyed all these things and gave 4 reasons why systems is better than goals, and goals are, it gave the problems with goals. And we're gonna walk you through all those 4 things, and I'm gonna try to see, because I somehow disagree with those things. The first one is mentioned that both the winner and the loser have the same goal. It is true, both the winner and the loser have the same goal, because I remember there was a time I was speaking to one of my friends. Whenever you see, like for example, a very good like car pass, like for example Honda Accord V6, you'll be like, oh, I really want this car. Or like, oh man, this money come, I really want to buy this car. And then another car would pass, like for example Land Cruiser 25. Then the driver would be like, I really want this car. I really, oh my god, like this person, wow. Like as soon as he is, another thing, like, oh, I really want these things. And I was telling him, like, bro, like, do you know that both winners and the losers have the same goal? When you go into a class, you take, for example, if the people in the class are like 30 students, take the first position, take the last position. Let's say, for example, you put them in a different room and you inspect every single person. What is the goal for, let's say, I want to be the best position. When you come to the last, what is the goal for academics? Hopefully, if you understand the question, he will tell you, I want to be the best. If you take, for example, a boxer, put them in a different arena. What do you want to do? I want to be the best, or I want to be the best. Every single one, when you put them, like they want to be the best, both of them want the same goal. And there was a time actually, but it's not here, but there's this book I gave someone, like this book, and up to this day for about 9 months now I didn't return the book. So I feel like lending my books. But this book basically, the name is what's the name? Rich Dad Poor Dad by Robert Kiyosaki. This book, the day I purchased it, and I purchased it together with one of my friends. The friend I was telling you, like, I was giving advice to them to buy books. So I bought that book, Robert Kiyosaki, and I was walking, and then one person was like, "Hey, you go, come." Like, it's a bit old, like it's about maybe, and also it's not like that old actually. It's just like, for example, when a person takes drugs, like you can physically see it's 20 years older than he is, so he looks a bit like a drug addict, like that. And he was sitting down on the floor and was like, "Hey bro, come." I was like, anyway, I was sitting, no worry, just come. And I was just coming slowly, and I was like, oh, let me see this book. Robert Kiyosaki, right? I didn't even know the name of the author, Robert Kiyosaki. I was like, yeah. Alright, let me see. Oh, very good book. And I planned, like, if he would just run, I would just catch him. Because I didn't know that person. I was like, this is a very, very good book, bro. Like, you have to read this book. I read this book when I was blah, 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 blah. I was started to get my blah, 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 blah. And I just looked at him like, remember the analogy, the thing I told you about learning? I looked at him like, it doesn't seem to me that he learned anything from the book. Nothing. He didn't learn anything. Like, I'm not trying to look down on him, but the way he looked like a drug addict. And one of the things that this author Robert Kiyosaki talks about is assets and liabilities. It doesn't seem to me that he has any asset. It doesn't seem to me that he removed the liabilities. He just learned without doing anything. So he also wants the goal to make money. He also wants the goal to build success and all these things. But he's like a drug addict. That thing that really gave me a hit to my ego. And I was just thinking like, and I bought that book in 2024. I think, or 23. I think I've forgotten, but I think between the 2023 and 2024, that's the time I bought the book. And I so like, certain things, the winner and the loser both have the same goals. That's the first problem for the James Clear highlighted. Keep those goals in your mind. Keep those problems in your mind. Achieving a goal is only a momentary event. So it's making mentions that the time you like goals, you'll be working to a goal, for example, maybe for a year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years on a goal, and the goal only happened in X amount of time. For example, if you beat a Guinness World Record, it's just at the time that you beat it, that's just the moment that the goals is. And he was explaining that people like systems, like you need to systems, like forget about the goal, like all these things, because it will take a long time for you to just achieve that specific thing, and after that time is passed, then you just neglect all these things. The third problem he talks about goals abstract happiness, and he was saying like until you achieve that thing, you're not going to be happy, and you need to feel positive about yourself. You need to do all these things, and throughout the process, when you're not happy about the end result, you're just going to crash. There's a high likely you would fail the goal and everything. And then you listed the first one, which is winner and loser have the same goal. We listed the second one, which is achieving a goal is only a momentary event. The third one, we said goals abstract happiness. And then the fourth one is goals are at odds to long-term success. Okay? He made mention of that, and he gave the reasons, and saying that when you have big goals, you're not going to create long-term system. You're not going to change your life in the long term. And like atomic habits, like getting better 1% every single day. But when you have like big goals, the next big goal and all this, you're not going to build systems. And there's a high chance you're going to crash and everything. And I said, okay, that's a good thing. Okay? But let me go on to oppose each of the problems. The first one, both the winner and the loser had the same goal. It is true. It is 100% true. But the kind of goals that the winner sets is not the same kind of goals that the loser sets. A winner knows how to set goals, and he knows the frameworks to set a goal. A loser doesn't know that. Okay? For example, a winner, he knows that there should be a clear target. There are like blinders to a winner, like he has all these blinders saying that he only wants this specific goal, just this one goal, nothing else. The loser has a goal, maybe you can, if you ask, for example, let's say an athlete, a loser might tell you like, I just want a gold medal. I just want a gold medal, that's it. But a winner, however, he would have to make it like as specific as possible. Like, I want to be this, I want specifically at this and this. He would just describe everything. And I think I don't know whether it's in Atomic Habits or something. I read this thing like there's this like archery class. Like the teacher was asking, like, he pointed at a tree. There was the tree, the branches of the tree, and then the bird, and then he was like, aim at this tree. All the students did aim like this, and he asked them, the first students, what did you see? The students say, I see the tree, and the branches of the tree, and the bird. And he was like, keep holding. He moved to the next person. What do you see? He said, I see the branches of the tree, I see the bird, I see the leaves. I'm not like quoting, seriously, I might miss the word, don't get me wrong, but just the same concept. It's like, keep holding. The third person, I think he did so many times. What do you see? I see the bird of the tree. So the bird on the tree, sorry. On the branches. Keep waiting. until he found another person who says, I see the bird of the tree and I see its eye. Was it? I think he said, I only see the eye of the bird. And he says, shoot. That person, he was able to totally 100% shot at the eye of the bird. He did not miss the target. Why? Because it was ultra specific. He aimed at the eye. Imagine if I say, okay. And I think there's what's the name? I've forgotten the name. There's like a research that they tried to like throw so many markers and like a person trying to grab as much markers as possible, but like a person fails. But if they say, okay, among all these markers, focus on the red marker. If they were to throw all the markers, you're gonna catch the red one. So that's the similar concept. A winner has a clear targets, a 100% clear target. He has like kind of blinders, like and he's just focused on this specific thing. Nothing else matters. That is the difference between the goal of the winner and the loser. The second thing, achieving goals is only a momentary event. Okay. It is true. Don't get me wrong, it is true that a goal is a momentary event. Understand? But why don't you just, instead of saying like your big goal, instead of having like one big goal, for example, let's say you want to be a writer. You're like, I want to write the best book. Okay, let's say that is just a goal. Or like, let's say I want to become the bestseller in the next 10 years. Okay, that's a goal. What next? A winner doesn't just set that goal. That's it. No. A winner sets multiple goals. Like for example, quarterly goals, multiple goals. That's what a winner does. Every single like a milestone, grabbing onto the next one. That's what a winner does. A winner doesn't just like I want 10 years like that. Okay, then fine. No. He creates, like I said, quarterly goals. Okay, so there are many momentary events like that. It doesn't really mean like before you know it, like sometimes we might change the goal and due to circumstances and everything. But at the same time, like saying that just because a goal is a momentary event, then that doesn't give the brain the power to just achieve the goals. No, have multiple goals. That's it. You increase the chances, you increase the amounts of that. Simple. The third problem, goals restrict happiness. This is true, 100%. Goals restrict happiness. Until you achieve the goal, you're not gonna be happy. Is like it has this effect like either or. Okay, either I achieve the goals or I die. That's how the human brain is thinking. Either I achieve the goal or I die. Okay. It restricts happiness. Okay, fine. But when you have like an ultimate target, okay, it talks about like having systems to achieve the goals. Understand? But when you have, how many times have you been having systems? I also have systems like for a long time. Okay, there's a difference. Like when you want to get into the door, then you have to play systems. But when you are already in the zone, in the battlefield, imagine if you are in the battlefield, and I said tell you like, nah, goals of self happiness. So focus on systems like kill X amount of people like in the field, or like strategically push this person to the side and then do this thing. What's this? Kill the people, like that's the biggest goal. Just kill that finish, win the battle. You're already in the battle zone. But if, for example, you're not in the battle zone, then I'll say, okay, the plan is okay. Push X people, like the actual should be in this place. Should be in the front. You should go back to this. I'll just give the system and the plan. But when you're already in the battlefield, like none of this matters. Then all the system doesn't matter. Although like the system can work, but think about okay, how can I destroy that? You can't get stabbed immediately. Okay. So what's the point? Okay, where's the happiness in the battle? Where is it? I'm not talking about one happiness, for example, one battle like maybe just this day, this battle like there are battles that will take 3 months, some 6 months. Even the preparation, where is the happiness? Nobody cares about the happiness. It's just that don't be unhappy. That's the thing. Don't be unhappy. Okay? And I will actually justify this point a little bit, but let me just go to the fourth one, which is goals are at odds to long-term success. Okay, good. Just think about this. I remember reading it, I was like, because thinking about okay, if I say the goals is at odds, yeah, I understand. So some of the things like you can only achieve about 3 to 4 goals in your life. If it's like a big, massive goal, okay, I understand. But how would you know? Like, it's talking about creating systems. If, for example, okay, because like you can justify it due to certain scenarios. If, let's say, for example, the first scenario is that you just a normal human being, normally healthy human being, and let's say you want to become, let's say, which goal? Let's just say you want to become a millionaire, maybe 10 years. For that kind of goal, then fine, sure, create systems around you, like do this thing, like do this morning routine, and do this thing, do this, you do all this cute stuff, and you get there in 10 years surely. But if you're kind of ambitious people like me, you want, instead of achieving 10 years, you want to achieve in 5, 3, 4, 2 years, 1 year. You want to achieve all these things very, very fast. Then you know that those systems will not work. It will work to a degree, but like you have to have big thinking. Like when you have a system, like you'll not be able to think big. You'll not be able to think big because you'll be thinking like, nah, I'll just be reading like one book a month, and then in the year that's maybe 10 to 12 months, 10 to 12 books, and in 10 years that's 100 books, blah 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 blah. Take violent action. If you're the kind of people like me, you're not reading a book a month, read a week in 3 days. Okay? When you have these kind of things, you don't control long term. You don't even know whether he will survive at that time or not. I get the point he's trying to make, saying that you need systems. Okay? It's not that then like all these things I oppose and everything, like you can, it's not that goals by systems. You can just integrate everything. Have goals with the systems. That's it. So instead of saying like you can have systems throughout your goals and how you can achieve it. That's just instead of saying like systems versus goals, I pick systems because like blah 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 blah. Or like really ambitious goals, like just combine both of them. Simple. It's just simple. Like combine them. Create systems for your goals. You solve the debate that have been echoing a lot of people like systems like it's just like that debate motivation is discipline, like have discipline, like all these things. Combine both of them. Boom. That's it. So let's talk about this next part. Okay, so now we're going to talk about how to deal with bad days. Bad days. When you, like, in fact, I'll call yesterday also a bad day, and here I am still recording content. The thing is that it really depends on what you do on the bad days, because I started this section 1 we're talking about the when I missed that day in Tahajjud and how I stopped. Like you don't realize that yesterday I slept at 1 a.m. 1 a.m. and I slept 1. I used to wake up 1, but I slept 1. And here I am recording video. Is there something that changed? Yesterday was a bad day. I know. I ate food. A friend came in. Like my mom, I had to help something with my mom. I had to like create. I didn't finish my work till around 1. I just so many things, and I watched some content and everything, and still I am here. I am recording content. How would you? Had it been, I haven't told you. You would not even know that. Okay, it really hard. It's like this mindset you have. You need to. I have like this 3 framework, a 3-step framework. AUP. A stands for awareness. You need to be aware of the bad day. You need to be aware of, okay, what is the problem. Understand? Because awareness is one of the very first steps you're supposed to take. Okay, this is the problem. Okay, I understand. Okay, I'm aware about X problem. Then you understand the reason behind the problem, or the reason the problem arose. I understand. Okay, let's say for example, in my own scenario, what am I aware of? Okay, I'm aware I ate food. I'm aware I watched content. I'm aware I spent some time with family. Okay, I'm aware I like do all these things. I understand though. Why did I do all these things? Maybe for example, I was feeling bad, or maybe I was really hungry and I have to eat, and then bro, I eat and okay, I just have to add some a few hours to my bed so that my sleep will be better. Okay, all these things I understand. Okay, why I did all these things. Then the next is P, prevents those things from happening. And I think what he talks about, the best way to stay stuck is to make a mistake and repeat the mistake. So whenever you make a mistake like that, instead of thinking regretting, or like I haven't do this thing, now all these things, instead of doing all these things, acknowledge the problem or be aware of the problem, understand the problem, prevent that. That's it. And then come back to your day and hone in. Imagine if, for example, you're hitting, maybe you have an axe. For example, you are supposed to cut a tree and we're giving an axe. Imagine if you're chopping the axe every single time and the axe broke. What are you supposed to do? Then find a way to like wrap it everything and just continue hammering on that thing until you achieve that goal. If it breaks again, come back and do it again, or try to get a way to just continue doing that instead of saying like I've already lost and then no, tomorrow I'll buy a new axe and I'll throw away this axe and tomorrow and then at the same time and then I'll what kind of that's just NPC thinking. Yeah, like well, at specific time I would buy a new axe and then I'll be cutting down that tree like this. I mean, it breaks, I'm going to leave it, I'm going to buy a new one at X time, so it's going to be 100% perfect. At date X or date Y, I'll be able to stop that tree. Imagine if I were to compete with kind of people like you. Okay? Keep going back, and remember that's framework AUP. And now we're going to talk about what's called habit stacking. Habit stacking basically is doing a habit after an existing habit. When you, for example, you have a habit of brushing your teeth, and then okay, say I'm going to start with X after I started brushing my teeth. And habit stacking is very, very powerful because remember there was a time I was exercising. Every single day I used to go exercising like a flyover. Every single day. So whenever I'm exercising like that, I incorporated a habit of meditation after exercise. And doing that I was able to I'm not a big fan of streaks, but still I was able to do the habits of meditation for over 40 days in a row. And that's like the highest I've done it in a row actually. Okay, so I have 40 days in a row because I was stacking the habits after the meditation. The moment I just left after the exercise, the moment I left the exercise, I just stopped meditation as much. Like I would meditate. I don't think I meditated yesterday. I didn't meditate. I forgot. So like you meditate, like for example, meditation. Like I used to measure it like whenever maybe for example you don't have a clear thing. Like whenever you want to do that and then you do that, I'm 100% you're not gonna be consistent in those things. So habit stacking is very, very powerful. Whenever you have an existing habit, don't just create a habit and just add a habit to it. No. Have an existing habit. After that, then add a habit to it. Okay? And the thing is that there are certain habits that are a little bit difficult. For example, like you can just say, okay, I'm going to work out 3 hours. I'm going to work out 3 hours, but what is the habits that existing habit? Let's say, for example, after I brush my teeth, I will maybe work for 3 hours. Or like, no. Find an easy habit. Because like for example Qur'an, there are certain things like I mentioned like the Qur'an. I also tried like ways that I would do the Qur'an after an existing habit, and most of the time I just finished the habit and I left home. I usually used to do the Qur'an because it's a bit difficult on me. So find something that's easy enough. Okay? When you find something that's easy enough and then add a habit onto that. But if you must do big things, for example, like in my own scenario, I've been recording for like almost an hour right now. Okay? So this is kind of a bit of a hard work. How will I do that? When starting out, actually, you're supposed to, for example, the best advice I think I would give is, for example, if you're starting out, make it as small as possible. If, for example, you have, let's say, you want to cultivate a habit of that, you make it easy, make it small. If still it's not sustainable, make it smaller. If it's small, make the smallest version of it. Have it till the point that you will be able. When you are able to do that, then okay, from that point, then start to add. Instead of starting maybe as the smallest, no. But start big. Have the big thing and then make it small, very, very small. For example, instead of saying like I must revise, because like I said, like there was a video I made mention that I fell off the Book of Allah, and it's very, very sad that I stopped revising the Quran for months. But alhamdulillah, the memory of Allah nowadays, alhamdulillah, I haven't missed. I think let's see, Muraja, I haven't missed in quite a while now, so alhamdulillah. And so I said to myself, okay, what is the smallest version of the Muraja I can do? A page, 2 pages, 2.5 pages. I started with maybe a juice, and I saw the juice is still not sustainable. I said, okay, I'm gonna reduce the chunk again. I'm gonna check it out smaller. I tried half a juice, still I reduced it again. To the point I reduced it to about 2.5 pages, or even a page. And from that point, I was able to increase that level. Nowadays, I'm starting to increase it. I've been revising, alhamdulillah, for quite a while now. So make it very, very small, and then from that point, start to increase that level. You don't just stay small, because there's a difference between starting slowly and staying slow. Okay, that when you are said okay, start small, that doesn't mean you need to stay small. You start small and then increase from there. Okay. So before we end this section, we're going to talk about 2 things. There's the momentum and there's the environment. How can you build momentum? How can you simply build momentum? so you don't quit your habits. And momentum basically is like, for example, when you're on an engine, okay? The force, it takes a lot of force to on the engine, and then from that point, it just continues to work on itself. Let's take a rocket, for example. It takes about, I think, most of the fuel, I think 80 to 90% of the fuel, just to get the rocket to lift from the ground. And then from that point, it's momentum, it will just go. So you can understand what I'm talking about. Momentum starts, and then you keep going. How can I build that same thing for like the habit I want to contribute? And actually, there's this thing, this concept of never miss twice. But in James Clear, he talked about all these things. Never miss twice. He talks about that specifically because he said missing a habit once is a mistake. Missing a habit twice is the start of a new habit. And it doesn't really literally mean when you miss two things, because I used to think like whenever I miss 2 days in a row, like I start to overthink, and no. Try as much as you can not to miss 2 days in a row. Whenever you miss a day, it's okay, fine, it's not a problem. But don't miss the same day again and again. That's when you start to build a habit of missing a day. Okay? When you have the engine, for example, you've been doing it for about a week, 2 weeks, you don't even need to think about the engine. Imagine if you turn on an engine and have to be constantly like the engine is working, like okay, I'll expect it. No. It will take care of itself. Focus on the big thing. Try to just get the fuel and everything. Try to get it as to just start from the ground. Okay? So whenever you do that, don't miss twice. That's just the concept. Never miss twice. Even if you miss twice, it's okay. Come back and continue doing that, because the moment you start complaining like, okay, I missed twice now, that means I'm having a habit of. I think I had that thought once when I missed a habit. Basically, when I missed a habit, I started to like I had that same I think mindset once. If I can remember, I had the habit. Was it between the Hajj and Qur'an? One of those things. I missed a day, and I missed the second day, and I missed the third day. I was like, I've missed it 3 times in a row, so that means I have a habit of missing this. And then I missed the 4th day. I was like, I have a habit of missing the 4 times. Like the habit is starting to become stronger, and the bad habits. This voice started to become louder and louder, saying that I've missed all these things. Nick, come on, you missed a day. Like what's fascinating about these things is that it takes years for bad habits to be ingrained. It takes a very, very long time for bad habits. And what's the ni'mah or the blessing we had is that for good habit, it doesn't take as long as to take a bad habit. Imagine a person will be smoking or will be eating bad food for the whole of his life. Maybe you've been 20, 30, 40, 50 years of age, and have been doing that the whole life. Imagine that. And if he were to reverse all this, it will just reverse maybe in a few months. That's the power of habits. A good habit, it doesn't take that long. Although it does take long, but at the same time, like when you really dig in, you see that it doesn't take that long. It's just that you feel so much. But if for example, I told you like I've been doing YouTube for 6 months, you'll be like, I don't care. Yeah. And I used to see this 6 months like it's a long time. And in fact, I took 2 months, so about 4 months. And you'll be thinking like, so what? Because you're not the person. That is why you don't feel like this is so. A habit doesn't really take that long. Don't worry about that. When you fail, try to not miss twice. But when you miss twice, fix the strategy, come back and continue doing that thing. And then let's talk about the environments. To protect your environments, like if you have been doing a habit, I'm not gonna give you the story of my own story. I want to give a story of another person. Like I learned about memorizing Qur'an. His name is Abdul Malik Abdul Samad. And I think you can find it on YouTube. If, for example, you need to find a video, maybe I would put in the link in maybe the comment of this video. And he was giving the story of he used to lead Salah of Tahajjud for I think it's about 10 years of his life. And then he moved, like he left he lived with one of his friends who was into music, and he was like a hafiz of Quran. So he had a habit of that, and then that friend would be always like bringing him he had an option to stay with him or to leave him, and he still sat down with him. He lived in his house, and so that person who was into music naturally he found himself. And that's what I've also noticed, that when when a person have a bad habit, he'll try to show it to you and try to teach it to you. And so that friend introduced him, for example, like, can you listen to my music for me? And I was like, no, I'm happy, I don't listen to music. I was like, no, don't worry, like, just listen to the music. He was like, nah, just listen to it. And after some time he said, okay, fine, I'm just gonna listen to just one music. Listen to the music and said, nah, it's not bad. You just gave an opinion, a review, boom. And then the next day he brought in music again and again and again and again. Before you know it, that person, Abdul Malik, was starting to feel he started to feel like, for example, in the past he used to revise a lot, but he started to reduce his portion. Before you know it, he started to get lazy and everything. After a while, during Ramadan of the Ramadan of that year, when he was supposed to sit down and when he was supposed to lead the salah at that time, he was leading, but he was a little bit afraid, and he doesn't used to completely abandon revising. Imagine if you've let tahajjud yourself for 10 years. Imagine how strong is your head. But because he was staying with the person that has music, the environment was affecting him. When he was supposed to lead, he was making so many mistakes. So, like, I'm trying to tell you, like, in fact, no matter how long I've been doing something, when you have an environment that is against your goals, or environment that is draining you, you're gonna have to mess up in these things. And so there's a law, it's given, like, and there's a law actually, which is the law of least efforts. Ask yourself, how can I arrange my environment in a way, like I talked about in this very first part of the video, and it's very important also in this part of the video. That first part is to start the habit, and then the next part is to continue the habit. This part, how can I make it easy for myself to continue doing the habit? How can I make it easy for myself? How can I have the least effort to continue doing that? Had it been if, for example, like I have to go to the second room, like I told you, to do all these things, like imagine I would not be able to do all these things. In fact, in the days that I have like a bad days and all these things. So it is very, very important. Okay, it's very, very important. Have a way to design your environment. You have the power to design environment. And when I talk about environment, that doesn't mean physical environment. It can also mean virtual environment. Like when I turn on my laptop, you see, like, I have only 3 icons in the homepage. I have the folder Infant Giri, I have this PC, and I think I have a circle bin. Maybe like about 4 or 5. That's it. And then another person will have like a whole, almost the entire this folder, and say like, I know I have a shortcut now. It will affect the way you think. Like sometimes I get the point. Okay, just organize it in a folder. Organize all this spreadsheet, all these things that you're supposed to enter. Okay, organize it and then put it in the folder. Make it small, like clear these things, because it's like a fog. Imagine you just came in and maybe your eyes was just saying, okay, they work on bounce and how to work on business. The moment I have business, all these things, like just it's a bit of a distraction. When I open my phone, you see like it's already arranged. Everything is like very, very arranged. I don't have all this like clutter in the environment. So it's very, very important for the physical environment as well as the virtual environment as well. So try to design a way to. You don't really need to copy like a framework that I do or any of that things. You just have to create a setup for that. Just create a good setup. It doesn't really need to be perfect. It doesn't need to be. Just create a way that to make it easier for strategic goals. And we have reached the end of this section. You can rewatch the part of the video if you don't understand. But hopefully we have completed the first section, which is why people fail. We completed the second section, which is the science of starting. We completed the third section, which is maintaining consistency. And I think the beginner part of the video was done. I'm already done. You can already start with the consistency. You can only maintain it, and then we're gonna move to the advanced sections of the consistency, which is when a person have been consistent for a while, and when he wants to move to the next level. And I'll see you in the next section. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. In this section of the guide, we're gonna cover the advanced consistency tactics or the techniques. But I would highly not recommend a beginner to take advice from this section, because I think it's supposed to create a different consistency, advanced consistency guide. But for the sake of education purposes, I'm gonna do all these things. But I would not recommend you implement it to the T, but you can actually take some knowledge from them. When you have been doing consistency for over a month, maybe ideally 100 days, we have 100 days consistency, then this thing is for you. But if it's not, you have not reached that place, just have the knowledge. We're gonna start with the compound effects. There's this concept of 1% improvement and all these things. I would like to give first of all an analogy to like the bamboo. How many of you have you ever like tried to plant a bamboo? If you've never planted a bamboo, this is how it looks like. You're gonna plant a bamboo today. You're gonna water it. The next day, the next day, the next week, you're not gonna see anything. You're just gonna keep watering it. The next month, you're not gonna see anything. 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 5, 7, 10 months, a year. You're not gonna see anything. You're not gonna even see a sprout from the ground. You're gonna continue watering that tree for the next year, the next 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, until on your 5th year. Within the next 6 months, it's just gonna sprout so high into the air. What does this analogy remind you of? It reminds you like so many concepts. One of it is like the delayed gratification. When you look at entrepreneurs, a person will be doing this thing, struggling with this thing, complaining, like overwhelming, like all these things is as if like the roots have been just growing. It's not that it just stayed for 5 years and then absorbed all the water and it grew. No, it's just not like that. It absorbed all the water. The roots sprout on the ground. It started to grow the roots so fast into the air, deep into the earth, and then from that point, boom, the 6 months it just grew up. So that is similarly how an entrepreneurs, like that's how they are. They were struggling with all these things, and you will not even notice like people don't see the hardship in all these things. Nobody sees that. They only see, for example, from this point where the growth is visible. I'm going to show you, I think, a next graph, but before that, I would kind of explain what I mean here, and then you'll be able to understand the graph very well. So, all this struggling you're having, like this is I would say an emotional message, or a message you're supposed to like. It's a loving message, it's a hopeful message. This what I'm telling you right now is like a hopeful message that. And like this is like a hopeful message you have, which is just keep grinding, just keep working hard. You're not just gonna work hard for a few years and then boom, gonna sprout so high that people constantly compare themselves with you. The second analogy I would give is, let's take an ice cube for example. You put an ice cube on a table. Let's say for example you are able to control the temperature, and you observe the temperature at 27 degrees. Nothing happens to the ice cube. Not even a crack. You increase 28 degrees, nothing happens to the ice cube. You're still anxiously looking at the ice cube. 29, nothing happens to that. 31, I think 32 or 33. That is when you start to see the ice cube melts. It's not that the sudden increase in that. No. All these things, when you are increasing the ice cube, it did not show physically, but it's just that it has been melting. It's just like weak human being, you cannot see that. And then on the 32nd or the 33rd degree, then it started to melt, like to melt very, very fast. Okay, that's how the compound effect works. Another example is, for example, a person chopping down a tree. If, for example, he had 99 hits and nothing happened to the tree, on the 100th he saw a crack on the tree. Do you think it is a 100 blow that he suddenly just got an extreme amount of energy and just hit the tree? No. All those 99, where were they? All of them were there, but it's just that we cannot see it. It is invisible. And when the 100th blow, that's when it kind of cracked. So this is basically what is meant by the compound effect. You'll be doing something for a while, and there's a reason it's called compound effects. It's because it's not like after the 100 and then to start to crack, and then the 101 to crack, 100 and second. No. The growth is exponential like this. Not just linear, it's exponential. Okay, so you have been doing all these things, gathering momentum, gathering skills, gathering all these things. When the time reach, and then that is when it just get a massive growth. That's how the compound effect works. And I think it's time. I think we should draw something for you. Let's see. The concept is called the Plateau of latent potential. You might search it up, but basically I'm going to draw it for you. Let's say if I were to put it like this way, like this. If imagine this is the results and this is the time. So the time and then results. Okay. How people think it will be like this. That's how people think. But in reality, it's not like this, like at all. Like this. It's not like they actually like this, but it's just like similar, like a curve pattern. This place is like this. This is like the valley of despair. You'll be trying some things for in this time period, like you'll not see results. But the moment it reached this point, that is when everyone starts seeing results. Everyone can understand this thing. The diagram is a shit diagram, but there's a better diagram going on. So I think they draw it, yeah? I think I did not draw it, right? Forgot to draw it. But basically, the moment like this, there's this bar of visible results. Okay? As you'll be trying all these things, like it's going up, all these things that you're trying, nobody sees those things, all these things. But the moment it just passed through this bar, and then that is when people see it, and that's when you have all the self-belief, you have all the self-confidence, you start to believe that all these things is possible, and before you know it, you start to shoot really, really high. So it's kind of like a curve like this. That is the thing. And I'm going to discuss to you, like there's a concept I learned from Alex Hormozi, like talks about the things like similar to this one. It's called the 5 stages of change, and I think you should draw it as well. 5 stages of change. First, we start like this. Let's see. Let's say UO. Okay, let me come closer. Uninformed optimism. Can you see it? But did I uninformed optimism? Maybe, for example, you learned about a new skill, or maybe you learned about a new business model, or something new that has all these benefits. You're here. And then after some time, you realize that, oh shit, that this is really hard. This thing is very, very hard. And then you reach informed pessimism. Or this requires a lot more work than it's supposed to be. And all these things like, okay, starting to get hard. Like, that is why people are not rich and all these things. And then there's this spot which is called the Valley of Despair. Wait, I think it's something like it. It's something. Wait, if I can remember. I don't know, but I think there's something before this one. Basically, it's similar to this Valley of Despair. That's when, okay, there is no hope. I cannot just push through this thing. And then you move to, okay, there's a new thing, and then you start the cycle again. Uninformed optimism. You started, oh, this is very, very good, and then this is hard, okay, there's no hope and everything. And then there's another one, which is informed optimism. This time around, you start to see, like, oh, like, maybe for example, if you're a YouTuber, alright, okay, like, I need to do all these things. Oh yeah, there's hope. Actually, people are doing this thing. Like, it's possible. You start to get hope, and you've already know all the difficulties and everything. Okay, you start to have hope. Okay, this is possible. Then that is when you achieve it. Achievements. You start. Let's go over it again. Like I said, uninformed optimism. We have. Let's say, for example, which one we have to? Let's say, for example, you want to be a YouTuber, because that's one I relate to a lot. Or maybe you don't know, not just YouTuber. This is my target audience. Let's just say you want to memorize Qur'an. Oh yeah, memorize Qur'an is very good. Like happy, you can recite memory, all these things. Oh yeah, okay, it's very hard. Like it's starting to get harder. Okay, like no wonder people are not memorizing the Quran. Oh, it's not possible to memorize the Quran. Like, there are certain people that are selected to memorize the Quran, not me. And oh yeah, it's actually possible. Okay, I'm trying to memorize. I've gathered all these things. I've started to gather evidence, all these things. Boom, you're happy. This cycle, it happens all the time. All the time. I'm telling you, 100% happens all the time. It happens so many times. And the thing problem is that during all these things, you have no clue. It's only when you achieve it, that's when people see it and they'll be like, this person got lucky. Saying that this person got lucky. Or maybe you see a person like he's a very, very good presenter. Maybe he's able to present a lot of things and he's able to speak all these things. You'll be thinking like, oh wow, oh yeah. But if you look at the repetition, nobody wants to see the boring work. Nobody wants to see the moments where it's as if like in an auditorium, like presenting to yourself and having one single clap, which is by yourself. Nobody is seeing that. Nobody will see that. And so through all these things, you have to use hope. Have to give yourself hope. Try to encourage yourself with self-compassion and everything through this hard period. You have to have the ultimate tawakkul. That is when it is actually tested. It's not that saying that I have tawakkul, I have patience like that. When it is tested, that is when the real trait shows. And so during, like I said, during all this period, you'll be feeling all these negative emotions and the brain will start telling you like, no, this is no hope. Imagine if you're locked in a room, for example, in a dark room, and there is actually a door, and I know the position of the door because I turn off the lights, I turn you in many directions, so you're not able to understand, okay, where is the door? In that moment is when most people will be like, there is no hope, there is no door, and if you're touching the wall, there is no door, and there is no door. You probably, maybe the wall is here, and you touch here and touch everywhere, like you don't see the wall line. Then you get demotivated. You just have to keep going through all these things. You have to just suppress your ego, suppress all you have patience, and just keep moving. That is what is meant by the word sabr, by patience. You have to keep going. Like, no matter how much, you don't have, like, you're not a prophet, you have a wahi, like, I just got inspiration now. This will not work. Or like, I don't feel like doing these things, so I don't think that this work. And I used to feel like, no, I have the intuition. Sunday things, it's not like that. Welcome to the real world. You have to push through all this boredom and everything. And we'll come to talent, because talent is actually, you probably have achieved some form of success in your life, and you do not enter all these things because you are a little bit talented, and we'll talk about that in, I think, in a few minutes. And now you know the compounding effects, you know the plateau. Now I want to talk about something actionable, which is the 40% rule. You probably heard of David Goggins, author of Can't Hurt Me, I also never finished. He mentions about the rule called the 40% rule, and he made mention of how he did that and how he figured it out. Like, he figured it out during like a race he was doing, and he was so exhausted. Basically, what it meant by the 40-minute rule: when you're exhausted, when you think you've reached your absolute limit, you cannot go further, that is when you actually reach your 40% potential. 40%. It might not be exactly 40% because sometimes your brain might quit way earlier. But when you feel totally zero, you cannot go further, that is when you are in 40%. The rest of the 60%, you only push through. That is when you discover that. And like I was thinking, like, why does the brain deprive us of all these things? And the thing is that our brain was wired for us to survive, not for us to thrive. This 60% is our like reserved energy. Imagine the days you feel totally exhausted that you cannot even speak to some people, like you just want to sleep. Or maybe you probably never had of this experience, but the days that you're totally, you don't have any energy. Imagine if, for example, they told you that the room will collapse in a few seconds. Boom, you have all the energy and be running away. So it comes from like that 60% of the reserve to be kept for you for survival. So you need to tap on that things. You need to reach your 40% limits. That is why I would highly advise some people. Like, for example, you're doing, like I told you, like if you've never reached 40%, then this probably will not affect you. But it's just that have the knowledge, because sometimes things might arise. Because there was a day actually I was sent to send a delivery basically to one of my sister's clients. Let me draw the things. I think it will be funny visually. Let's say this is our house. Okay, I got into a taxi and then I went to her places around this place like this. This is the, let's say the destination I'm supposed to enter. This is supposed to be a house. Okay, this is me, where I live, and this is the place. And then the taxi I went to, instead of going like this, it went into like this, and then oh wait, the pen's not working. And then like this, like this, like this, like this. Before I know it, yeah, like this. And I was not able to remember all this, but I didn't know that there was a path like this. But because he went through all this unusual long term for some reason, I sent the delivery, and now it's time for me to come back home. But I was thinking like I cannot just follow all this path; I will get lost. And I didn't even realize that there's a path here. I said, okay, why don't I just? And I know there's a path actually here. I said, okay, why don't I just come here and then come back home? I was just moving. Before I knew it, I was just moving, and there was no like I was looking for a left turn that I would come back and like, a U-turn and come back. There was no left turn. I kept going street after street after street after street. I trekked for hours. I'm telling you, before I knew it, I saw like a farmland, and I was like, oh yeah. So I saw a corner on this side. I was like, okay, fine, I'm gonna reach that place. I followed that place, and I found out there's like the dead land and there's a farmland. So I kept going. Before I knew it, I saw like the road at the end of the tunnel finally, and it started to rain, and I was just jogging a little bit faster and all these things. And then before I knew it, the hopes was just getting better and better. Before I knew it, what I saw was like a runabout. If I can remember, like the runabout, I used to see it. Instantly, my brain just showed me like, oh my god, like the distance, this runabout to my house is about 8.6 kilometers. I really have that in 8.6 kilometers, and like I used to see people in India saying that they ran X amount of miles, blah 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 blah. Like 8.6 kilometers. You probably never walked that distance. I was like, and at that time I wanted to like save some money and everything, and I did what any intelligent man would do. I trekked home. I trekked 8.6 kilometers home. It would put into context like I was just walking. Like, how can I just explain it in a way that you understand? And I think I took about 3 hours to reach home. 3 hours. Not just calculating the amount of like walking I did to reach that point. Every step of the way felt hopeless. I'm telling you, I was just. And it was also raining. So it was not as much. The rain actually reduced, but I was still wet. I was still walking around every step. And what made it worse was that I was afraid like someone would see me, someone in the family would see me, because when, for example, you have landmarks and everything, okay, you understand, like, okay, this is the X amount of distance, but when you don't have all these things in your mind, you'll be like, okay. And I was walking, you'd be like, your brain will constantly be attacking you, and I was just walking, 8.6 kilometers home. The moment I reached home, I was like, my face was like, it was making all this sound like this. I like, finally rest on the couch, and I was like, what did I just do? And I remember the quote by David Goggins. It says that 40%. You will not know you have all these things until sometimes your survival instincts are tested. That is when you realize, okay, yeah, I have all this potential, I have all these things, but because the brain, it's not like the brain's fault, it's trying to keep you safe. That's how it was. That's the job. Imagine it is a security, and you're trying to find the security to get into this thing. It's his job. It's not. It's like you cannot blame the security. It's a job is to keep people. So that is the thing. The brain was wired for us to keep us safe. Imagine the caveman days, like this brain to detect threats and all these things. Like we are using the same brain to like do this modern day exercise and all these things. So like it's it's just that sometimes, for example, at the very first time you're doing that, you don't have all this belief, you don't really know, you don't have this identity of a person that doesn't quit. That is why I kind of feel it's a bit difficult. But let me just give you a disclaimer. If it's starting to hurt you, if it's starting to like seriously injure you, then fine. But ideally, most of the times, like it doesn't really hurt much. Sometimes our brain just, sometimes like it will feel sleepy. Like there was a day actually, I didn't want to like memorize Qur'an. Like we were supposed to like go to the masjid, go to our madrasa, and I hate going to the madrasa. Like I hate at night, especially at night. And then what's funny is that my head started to ache like a lot. And I said to myself, I'm not gonna go to the madrasa. It was as if like a massive pill. I took a pill. It's just in within 10 minutes, I just felt okay. I just felt normally. At the same time, my friend came in, like, okay, let's just go. I'm like, oh, I have to go. And sometimes the brain just plays games. Like a lot of times it plays games. So and now we're gonna talk about talent. And in the book, the because it mentioned about talent is not required. It actually contradicted a little bit of things that James Clear actually said, which he gave mention of two people, two different athletes. One is Michael Phelps, who is like a professional swimmer. I probably heard of him. He's one of the best, or maybe I don't really know, but I don't even know him, but I think he's like one of the best swimmers on the face of the earth. And then there's another person called Hisham El Giroux, who was like a professional runner. He's a very, very good runner. He's from, I think, Morocco. These two people, when you were to compare them, their body is meant for that thing. The way their structure is like this. When you take, for example, a shot, I give both of them, you see that the same size. Although one, I think Michael Phelps is taller than Hisham Guerrero. It's just that one is like 6 feet, so one 6'4". I think one is like 5'9" or something. So let's say this is the waist. Let me draw something right now. Just wait. Let's see. Good drawing. And then another person like this, or like another person like this. Wait. Yeah, it was like this. And then yeah, good drawing. This person on the left is called, let's say, is a Michael Phelps, and then this one is a Hisham Giroux. One person has an exceptionally long torso. The other person has an exceptionally long from the waist downwards. So one person is taller upwards, and one person is taller downwards. So all these things, like their body is meant for these things. It might be that they were training it and everything is just, I don't really understand, but their body is what's meant for this exercise. And James Clay went on to say that if you were to change their sports, despite relentless efforts, it might not be possible for them to achieve the things that they achieve. And that got me thinking, like, if I were to ask myself, okay, what is my talent? What is the things? And he was mentioning that pick the things, like your genes are like predetermined. It's just like, it's not that that's the end thing, but like pursue something that you have an advantage over. And I was thinking, like, what is the talent I have? My brain went empty. One of the things that I achieved in my life, one of the things I think I can remember is I was one of the best students in mathematics. For example, there was a math competition that came up in 2018. I competed for that competition. I did not study for anything. I was not even ready. I was not even serious about that. I think about 100 questions, 100 objective questions. I answered about 50 of them. And I scored about 32, I think, out of 50 of those 50 questions. And then when the results came out, I realized I was like the 12th position out of 365. The girl that became first position scored about 64 of the things. I think I scored 35. I scored 35 out of 50. I was like, nah, I don't really care about these things. And what's fascinating is that the same girl that scored the highest, we were put into like another like entrance exams in like a different school, Concordia College. We met in that same place. We took an exams, and I beat her in that place. I'm not trying to brag or anything, but like after the results came out, I scored 96 out of 100. She scored 92 out of 100 in maths. How did I even get there? How was I like exceptionally good in maths? Like in the past, like before a person could just copy the question, I've already submitted my exams. My brain was very, very sharp at maths at that time. It wasn't that I have good talent in maths, because prior to primary 4, I was not exceptional. I was terrible at maths. I wasn't like the worst kid, but it's just that I was not anything but good. I remember every day is like they'll be flogging us because we don't really know they just did mathematics table, the multiplication table. But then there was a time my brother scored a very, very high score in his exams in his school, and I think he was given like 5 awards, and my dad was just calling me like, look at yourself, like, how many awards have you? I just got angry. Like, I opened my book and I studied for a few minutes. I closed the book. The next day again, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day. Before I knew it, I wasn't thinking about it. I was doing like almost every single day. I would open my maths book almost every single day. Before I knew it, I became exceptional in the school. Before I knew it, for like 2 years, I became unstoppable in the school. I was in primary 5, there were people in primary 6, but they were still scared of me. You can imagine that. They would be like they would write something on the wall. Like the moment a teacher is writing something, I'm already calculating that thing in my mind. By the time it's done writing, check the paper, I've already submitted that paper on my own. I've already submitted, like people are like, oh, like they haven't even started writing that, I've already submitted. So we talk about that gray matter and everything. Like I wasn't talented about with math. I wasn't. And nowadays I'm not like that as well. So it's just that at that time I had relentless efforts. And David Goggins made mention of 3 qualities. The one is work ethic, the second one is self-discipline, and the third one is time management. If you put all these 3 into my own scenario, the first one, as like I said, was work ethic. I wasn't doing maths like the whole day. Don't get me wrong. I was young, like I would just do maths like few minutes, and then I would go and like play all these things. Like when you're young, you don't have all these things. I still have that same thing nowadays. So I would say I had a work ethic. I would sit down every single day, like without anybody pushing me to do it. I would sit down to do it. As long as I was using the pen or anything like that, I was still doing it. And then the second thing, which is self-discipline. I would discipline myself. I would not stop. I would not get up from the math and just do something and go back. No. I would sit down. When I'm in math, I was doing the math. I was practicing by myself every single day. I developed a habit of, when I was in JSS1, I learned JSS2 maths. That when I was in JSS2, I scored 100 in maths. You can imagine 100, 100 over 100 I scored when I was in JSS2. And I remember anything from that. That was like the peak or whatever. And nowadays, I'm now really focused on that math as much as I'm focused. Like I'm really focused on YouTube these days. And so like talent is that's talent. When you have all these 3 things, so when you're like able to manage time. Okay, some people will say like I don't have time, but when you collect their phone, like if you think that you don't have time, that I don't understand, your phone doesn't understand, okay, fine, turn off your phone for 3 days. You're starting to have like a bit of a resistance, a bit of a hiccup. Turn your phone, like I said, turn your phone for 3 days. And then I tried that for 3 days, just turn off your phone. That moment you will start to realize, oh yeah, I have a lot of time, like a lot of time. That is when you realize, oh wow, yeah, I actually have time from this. It's just like your phone just makes you turn into like this zombie, like you just following this thing. And like if you play Minecraft, you know, like the behavior of a zombie. You're like, and then when try getting like one this dopamine, and then another dopamine will come. You start to follow this kind of behavior. That's how human beings are. This is, you say a person like, if for example, maybe I think this video will be like about 4 hours of video. Let's just say I've been recording for like the past hour and a half now. Okay, let's just say that's 2 hours I've been just. How would that be? Like we live in a day and age whereby person doesn't even know why he does certain things. You don't even know why. Imagine if I was like, why did you go to TikTok? I don't know. I just want to feel something. Like what? Oh my god! It just pissed me off seeing people like doing like the dance like this. Like they put a phone like maybe I'm begin like dancing like this. I just lose respect for any kind of person. Like it just hurts me. Like it's why I'm just fired up. I'm just fired up to help young Muslim men. It's just that whenever I see people like that, like it's just so annoying. Like you see them, they put phone like on the floor, like I be dancing like this, and then posting on TikTok. Like, I look at my dance. Oh. This is what piss me off. I just want people to have this mission, this unlimited drive. Okay, I'm trying to get like a lot of goosebumps thinking about these things. That I really want to help young men. I really want to help young men. It's just that come on. And then we start to say, oh, you're not talented. Oh, this person got lucky. Oh, blah 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 blah. Why don't you shut down? Brain off, turn your brain off, and act upon what I said. You will see talent will grow, spawn in front of you. Some of the talents we have, we don't realize we have all these talents until we are removed from all these vices. Turn off your phone for 3 days. You will start to realize how and where those talents, those hidden talents are. And now we're going to talk about the most powerful weapon a man could have, or not just a man, like a human being can have. What do you think that weapon is? grenade, AK-47, M4. Let's just say it's not a physical weapon. Let's just say it's a weapon that human beings have in our physical body. You might think the brain or the heart, but it's actually the mind. The mind is like not a physical thing, but the mind. The mind is the most powerful weapon. And the thing is that people like David Goggins, they show us how they were able to achieve extraordinary feats in like his book. Like he achieved so many things, like so many hard things that we human beings think like it is not possible. And how is he able to do all these things? Like it's just that he doesn't have a lock in his mind. And there was a video I made mention where I talked about the decree of Allah. Some Muslim will be like, I don't want to pursue something that Allah did not decree for me. Or like, I don't want to be suffering. Like, no matter how much you suffer or something, you will not achieve that thing. So, how would you know? I made a mention like, how would you know that something is not decreed for you? Don't get me wrong, like there are scholars that were talking about if something is decreed for you, you're gonna achieve it. If it's not decreed for you, no matter how much you're gonna, it's not decreed for you. I understand. But most people misunderstood what they said. If I were to ask you, how, okay, the things that are decreed for you, how will you know that? Well, I will achieve it. How? Like, the very first difficulty a person faces, and you'll be like, this is not decreed for me. That is like a very big lock we have in our brain. Imagine, let's take for example, the person that created the light bulb, Thomas Edison. Okay? How many attempts did he do? People say 100, 300, 99 attempts. Whatever. Let's just say, for example, he does 100 attempts. Imagine if he failed for 10 attempts or 20 attempts or 30, 40, 50, 60 attempts. How many times have you failed in something that you say is not decreed for you? How many times? Probably failed maybe 3 times, 5 times. Maybe 10, maybe. I didn't even try it, maybe. I just learned about it. I'm like, well, try that thing try it. I'm telling you, just try it. Okay? Fail. If you're willing to fail, and that's what I like about Alex Moses. He says that if you're willing to fail for the next 100 days, then you would, I think, I forgot the rest of the combo. It's like, if you're willing to fail for the next 100 days, then you are willing to do, I think, succeed. I forgot the rest of the word, but just fail for 100 days. Just fail, just make your goal. I want to fail for 100 days. Like, we have these locks on our brain. Like, imagine, okay, if I was to ask you, are you the prophet? No. Are you a prophet? No. How will you know that something is decreed for you? Or that I'll see a dream. How many dreams have you seen? Like, imagine you've been, let's say for example, you're 18 years old, 20 years old, 25 years old. How many dreams have you had? Let's just say you have 10 dreams a year. 10 times 20. Let's say you have 200 dreams so far. How many of the dreams came true? 0, 1, 2. Okay, the rest of the dreams, what's wrong with that? You have no means of knowing that this thing is not decreed for you, so just delete all these locks in your brain. Work really, really hard. Just keep making dua, work really hard. If something is not decreed for you, another thing will come and surpass that thing, and then you achieve that thing. So this is fine, this is the side point. But as far as you don't put in your maximum effort, look at Nuh alayhi salam. He did about 950 years of da'wah. 950. Imagine if he said, this is not decreed for me. Or like, no, you decide to cope like, okay, this is a prophet, this is not a normal human being. Like, we are human beings, like, you have no means of knowing that. That is why you just stay stagnated. So it's not decreed for me. Shut up. Turn your brain off and just do. Okay? Just, if there's a way, just lock yourself and just force yourself to do something. Just force yourself to do that thing. Those locks will be removed from the brain. Just locks. That is how non-Muslims are able to win Muslims. We Muslims are supposed to win over the non-Muslims. We're not supposed to say like this. We're not supposed to be doing that at all. Look at the time of the Prophet. There was Sahaba, like, imagine hot coals on their back. You can imagine hot coals on their back. Just to utter a statement of kufr. They have like this mental toughness. We Muslims don't. We nowadays, modern Muslims, I would say, we don't have that much mental toughness. Most people they hate them because I don't even hate him. Like, there are things that he's doing that is totally unreasonable. It's like, it's dangerous and all these things. I understand. But there are certain things like he teaches so many things in this book. I would highly recommend a Muslim to read this book. Because imagine if a war would arise. Who would be the leader of the Muslims these days? Who would be the leader that would coordinate a war these days? We have all these non-Muslim role models that are doing better than us. How ashamed these are. Having non-Muslims to be better than you. You have tahajjud, you have your deen, You'll have so many things that would propel you. Why? Remove all those excuses. I'm telling you, allow no room for excuse, like at all. That is when you win. That is when you win. In the I've been talking about cute things, like small things, like improvement, all these things. But as far as you have these mental locks, you would not be able to achieve that. I promise you. Remove all these locks. How will you remove those locks? Tell yourself that. Ask yourself rhetorical questions. Ask yourself, not rhetorical questions actually. Ask yourself certain questions that demand a reply from you. Ask yourself, okay, how did I know that I'm not able to achieve this thing? Or what if I am able to achieve it? And there's this what if? What if? Ask yourself, what if with the permission of Allah? Don't be like this, like I feel like removing Allah. No. I've never said that you remove Allah from the equation. Put Allah. In fact, people used to say trust in the process. I will tell you trust Allah in the process. Ask yourself, okay, how would I know that this is not a decree for me? Or what if this is a decree for me by the permission of Allah? How would I accept that thing? Okay, you need to upgrade yourself, and I think there's a verse in Surah Ra'd talks about like the first step is the mind. You need to believe something that before you be able to achieve that thing. And like remember that quote, like the channel had not been established is because you don't even believe about that thing. You don't even believe you'll be able to achieve that thing in the first place. Come on, imagine like is it like I was giving a friend, one of my friends, he used to complain, and I was wanting him to complain, and I gave him like there's a phenomenon called scotoma in psychology. They call it scotoma because it's like it means like blind spots. Imagine if you see a beggar, if you were to encourage a beggar to stop begging and to like work for himself, do you think that beggar will believe you? Of course not. It's because he built that thing called scotoma. He cannot see the hope. He cannot see it. Like Allah cannot help him. That's what he thinks. That is what he thinks. And people used to say like this kafir, this self-help books are not powerful. Like they used to criticize all these things and saying that all these things it's not powerful. It's very I would say like they would remove Allah in the equation. Of course, yes, they would remove Allah from the equation. But the things they are teaching you is very powerful. Okay, fine. If I would agree, don't read any of these books. Don't read any of them. But at the same time, you're still watching TikTok. The things that people learn from this book, they will teach you, they will manipulate you, they will do all these things. You're still watching TikTok. Like ilm nafi'an, beneficial knowledge. We Muslims, we are beneficial knowledge. Okay, if I were to compare these TikToks and all these books, which one do you think is a beneficial knowledge? It makes sense. But I think there was a quote that one of my uncles gave me. Like he was reading this quote, he was telling me like, if you want to hide something from a black man, hide it inside a book, because they will not bother to read it. This is just fascinating. Like people, like the amount of resistance people have to reading books. I don't know why. To reach these advanced levels, you have to be reading books. You have to be constantly. There are three things actually. I found from this book called "Ego is the Enemy." There are three things. One is you have to have a teacher to learn from. You have to have a student to teach, and then you also have to have a person at the same level as you to challenge yourself. I want someone to challenge me. I don't really have it, but I still have like teachers. I have these books. I usually don't used to take all the things that they're saying. I used to compare it like with the deen and everything. Read all these books. Get on the knowledge. If you have the knowledge, and then remove all the bad things and share it to the Muslims. Show the Muslims. Train some people like that. Okay, like let's recap all this. We talk about the compound effects, the 40% rule, the plateau of latent potential, the talent is not required, and also we talked about mental toughness as the mind being the most powerful weapon. In the next section, I will talk about the pitfalls, because all this it can be dangerous, and I will show you all the ways you might possibly fail and all the mistakes I've made. And inshallah, that will probably be the end of the guide. I will talk about the pitfalls and then the conclusion, and then I will give the 30 days challenge. And I'll see you in the next section. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So far, I've covered why most people fail at consistency, the science of starting consistency, the art of maintaining consistency, the advanced consistency section, and now in this section, we're going to discuss how to actually fail at consistency. There are so many ways to fail, so many ways. And from my own journey, I got about 6 to 7 of them. The first one, over optimizing. I don't know whether you are aware that I do have a full 2-hour guide on consistency, on sleep. And I remember when I was creating that full guide, I was gathering like all the experiences I had, all like the stories I was supposed to present, and researching more. And I read this book Why We Sleep by Dr. Max Walker. And the problem with that book is that it will show you the dangers of sleep and the problems and so many things. Don't get me wrong, it's a great book. After reading that book, I started to think like, man, I used to sleep 6 hours. It's just not enough. I need minimum 8 hours of sleep or 7 hours of sleep. Like, like you know that you do wake up like multiple times throughout the night, and so you need to, in order to get the minimum of 8 hours of sleep, you have to sleep the minimum of 7 hours of sleep. You have to sleep for about 8 hours, 15 minutes. That these things like I started to over optimize. Like in the past, I used to sustain 4 or 5 hours of sleep. Don't get me wrong, it's not 4 or 5 hours of sleep is low, is very low. But I was still sustaining it. I was not feeling any difficulty throughout the day. I was not feeling sleepy at all throughout the day. So I was sustaining. In fact, there are days I need 3 hours of sleep. And so when I started to read this book, I started to, I don't know, for some reason, maybe it's because I read the book or something. I started to see 6 hours of sleep is like too little for me. Imagine 6 hours is like too little. And the thing is that it's just that, come on, like 6 hours, I will sleep 6 hours. I would wake up, I'll feel groggy, I'll feel a little bit sleepy, I will not feel, I need at least 7 to 8 hours of sleep. I start to tweak this thing, and whenever, for example, I would sleep like very early, I would look at the time, I'll be like, it's 8:30 and I haven't slept, and I need to wake up at X hour. I was just at exactly 6 hours, exactly 8 hours. Like I started to optimize so many stuff, so many things that, for example, if I'm looking at, for example, I want to sleep, I turn on my, let's say I want to read this book before sleeping. I open the book, I'm reading the book, and I look at the time, I'm like 8:25, I'm not feeling sleepy. 8:28, I'm not feeling sleepy. 8:30, it's already my bedtime, I'm not sleepy. Come on, like 8:40, 8:50, 9, come on. You know that kind of feeling, right? So I was just over optimizing so many things. I was just pushing, like trying to optimize the best quality so that I will feel good. Nowadays, whichever sleep I have, I will still work. I will still get up and record this video. I will record videos. Like I've been recording for the last 3 days. I think I recorded this. Just imagine 4-hour guide. I recorded everything, edited everything in just 3 days. 3 days, and so it was like an extreme work. I was like extremely. I was just working. But in the past, I used to optimize so many things. And in this book, it made mention of the desire for positive experience in itself is actually a negative experience. And I remember reading that, I was thinking like I used to feel, not actually, I read that book before creating the Sleepful Guide, don't get me wrong, but still after reading that book, no, this book, I was like, no wonder, I was just feeling, I want to feel good. We remember, you want to feel good, you want to feel energetic or something like that. And what I realized is that you don't get the same energy from like sleeping. Like I know what I'm saying is trying, like, it's like a bit controversial, but don't get me wrong. I know what I'm talking about. I made a full guide on sleep. I know what I'm talking about. The sleep you get, it is not like the primary source of energy you have. Do you know how many hours I slept? I was making full guide. Like yesterday, I slept 4 hours. You might think 4 hours. No. I did not sleep the first part of the night. I slept 1 a.m. I woke up 5 a.m. and I recorded for an hour and a half straight. You can imagine. Like, think about this thing. The day is like I slept 6, 7, 8 hours of sleep. I'm not able to record for more than 30 minutes. I'll feel like I'm not saying that less sleep is better, but try to understand you don't need any of the optimization. I've never seen anyone succeed by over optimizing anything. I've never seen anyone. You can optimize good, but when you are overly thinking about, okay, how can I get X amount of that, you're over optimizing. Shut up. I used to like stay in the bed and I used to overthink so many times. I used to be overthinking. Like I would sit down, turn on the lights, put on there's like a lamp. I turn on very low brightness. I try to read, but I get so sleepy. I don't even get sleepy. Like I used to wait for a long time before my brain would just be overthinking about certain things. Before you know it, like the time is already gone. I'll be so stressed. Like I must wake up at X hour. I don't know, push my alarm and all this. It was just a mess. Like over optimization. I'm telling you, no one ever won by over optimizing anything. Like nobody. I've never seen anyone do that. Like never will, never was, never will be. So stop over optimizing. Stop. Okay? This is just like mental masturbation. Just stop over optimizing. I cannot say that enough. Stop over optimizing. The second thing, all or nothing mindset. Actually, there was I don't know where I made the story in the channel. Actually, I made the story in the channel, but I don't think I made the story in YouTube in this video. The thing is that there was like this Qur'an competition that came up. I think in January of 2026 this year. That was when I just started YouTube. I started YouTube around December 22nd. I published my first video, and from that point, I started to record in batches. I would record 2, 3, 4 videos in a day, and I would edit those videos, and I would schedule every 3 days. It was just fun. It was, I was getting happy. I was like discovering new things. I was getting feedback here and there. And then the Qur'an competition came up. I stopped YouTube. I said I'm gonna sacrifice everything. I'm gonna lock in and focus only on this Qur'an competition. And what I thought was that if I win the Qur'an competition, it would add like a huge amount of credibility to me. Like, oh, I won X. I won a competition, blah, on this thing there. Like, I sacrificed everything, and that was the longest time I've been doing. I've been meditation for about 40 days. That was the longest streak I've ever had. I think for 6 months, like, come on, I need to pass that. For the next about a month, so like the problem is that the chef did not tell us like this is the date for the Qur'an competition. He just told us like about I think it was 5th January. It was like the Qur'an competition will be in the end of the month, and like you cannot go pray in the end of the month. End of the month it can be the first. It can be 7 days before the month ends. It can be 6 days. It can be the week. It can be like 2 days. It can be the last day. I don't know. I was like, I have about those 2 weeks to remember all this portion. I was just getting stressed. I was just trying to memorize all these things. It's just a mess. And after some time, he would increase the time. Before it. We did a long time, about 2 months. But it's just that I don't even know what I did. I didn't know much. Like I didn't know much. And the thing is that I was just. What hurts me more was the fact that let me just tell you the sacrifices I made, so you can kind of wrap your head around and try to understand, try to get the feeling, understand. I stopped going to university. I turned off my phone. When I mean turn off my phone, I really mean zero interaction with the phone, off completely, zero. I did that for weeks. I stopped going to events. Everyone would be like, oh, let's just go to this event, and I'll be like, no, I need to do my Quran competition. I need to focus on this Quran. I had to go into so many arguments with my family. Everyone, like 7 people, like trying to, let's just go somewhere else. I'll be like, no, I have been like, you will not win this Quran. Like, it's a mess. Like, man, thinking about this is just. The next thing I did, I stopped sleeping at night. Like, you can understand. I know sleep. I know why sleep is important. You can, if a person, for example, doesn't understand sleep, I would be like, so whatever, but I don't sleep. But I don't know. From my perspective, I have so much knowledge on sleep that I stopped sleeping at night. I know the dangers, but I stopped sleeping at night. In fact, I stopped sleeping at home completely. I will go to the madrasa to sleep in the madrasa. So much chaos and all these things. Like the place is like it's hot in the daytime and very, very cold at night and all these things. I will sleep with the light bulb on. I'll be reading like my brain like it hurts. Like I'll be trying to memorize that at the time that is not my peak performance. There's just so much sacrifice I made. Like in the daytime, I was supposed to do YouTube. I stopped YouTube. I stopped meditating. I stopped exercising. I stopped all. Like right now, I track 12 habits. I stopped all of them. I stopped reading completely. Up until like halfway through, I was just like getting stressed. Like I used to think so much about what people think about me. So I thought Facebook will help me, and it didn't help me like so much. It's just that I was just going through a hard time around that time, and where that was the time I went all in and I stopped everything I was doing. The Qur'an competition was not a good thing. That it was very bad. It was not successful at all. And so I said, okay, halfway through the preparation, I came back onto self-improvement and I started to track my things. The problem is that people talk about monk mode. Okay, they talk about monk mode as this: you disappear for 90 days and then you come back successful, like with a huge car and all these things. But I tried monk mode so many times, it did not work. It doesn't work like that way. It doesn't work. The thing is that we have this shiny idea that the moment we just lock in, we shave our head, like as in like discipline, like work, to lock ourselves in the room, throw out the keys and stay in the room, like just eat food and just come back to the room and work and work and work. It sometimes doesn't work. Like sometimes, like you need it. Don't get me wrong. Right now, I am in an extreme season. I am in an extreme work season right now. But the problem is that I never learned my lessons. I'm in the work season. It's just that nowadays I have more experience and I understand what to do right now. But the thing is that when, for example, you neglect family ties, you neglect your meditation, your exercises, you neglect so many things for just one thing, that bad feeling, that negative feeling, negativity you start to be having, that would actually affect that thing you want the most, that thing. So they talk about monk mode as in lock in, but they will never ever tell you like how difficult it is to lock in. Like I did so many so many seasons in like my life, like. But the thing is that nowadays I'm much more privileged. I have a better phone to record. I have like these lights. I have my laptop. I have some books. I do have like electricity. It's not like in the past, because in the past, like all of these things I have to fight for them. I have to fight for all these things. My laptop battery life is very low. I have to work for an hour in my laptop. Like it's just a mess. And like I think Alex Omosi says that at the beginning of the journey, you would fight a bear with like a bunch of sticks, and like it's gonna be difficult. It's gonna be difficult. Although as you progress, the boss will be bigger and stronger, but you'll be much more equipped with, for example, a full armor, diamond armor with like a sword and everything. You can fight a dragon. But the thing is that at the beginning, you're trying to fight a bear with a stick. So this is the kind of things. Going all in. I will not say totally don't go all in. Like I am in the next season, like I said. I've been working, like you don't understand that the amount of work I did, I became much more productive. Much more. I'm not trying to brag or anything. Like, don't get me wrong. In the past, I used to like have all these conditions on my. I need X amount of sleep for me to record up to my brain, and then I will record and I will get 2 views on each video. And I did that. I was like, come on, like who cares about the optimal? I don't care how I feel. I just sit down to record. You don't understand. Last night, I slept. No, not last night actually, last 2 days actually. I slept 1 a.m. and I woke up 5 a.m. to record a video, and I recorded for an hour and a half. So going all in is not a problem, but neglecting all these things, that is why I highly recommend when you're going all in, do not neglect all these things. Do not neglect your ibadah, your family ties. Just give it. Like there was a day I actually just wanted to just, because I've been in the house, I'm not spending time with my family, I was just working, and I was just getting this awful feeling like, come on. And I just said, I'm just gonna sacrifice my sleep for just the one day. I just sat down, we went together with my family, we discussed and we laughed about so many things, and then after that I came back, I slept, I came back to work. So try to keep the rest of the things in maintenance. For example, I don't memorize the Quran anymore, I revise this time around. I'm keeping it in maintenance so I don't forget the Quran. Maintenance, revise the Quran. That's it. Just maintenance. Keep things. For example, if you're working out, keep things maintenance that you will not. What was the name? Keep certain things in maintenance so that you will not neglect that thing. For example, you will not get fat. You will not get all these things, so that you maintain a habit. If you must go into an extreme season, but like all or nothing, it doesn't really work that much. So far, the things we talk about are optimizing and all or nothing. The third thing, however, is called burnout. You probably heard of this word, like, oh, I'm burned out, I'm stressed, and all these things. Burnout doesn't come from hard work. Because that's the thing, like, I learned the hard way, because, like, there's something I learned from Alex Omosi. But first of all, I'm going to give you a story. There was this exams I was having, these operational research exams I was having, and like the thing is I became addicted to working like for some time. Whenever I open my laptop to study, instead of studying, I go into work mode and I start to edit my video. I start to like create something. I start like research more. I start to like My mind will turn into working mode the moment I am in my laptop. And so time passed. I didn't like learn studies that much, and exams was like the hardest exams for the semester, whatever. It was a little bit difficult on me. I was like, come on, I need to study all these things. 3 hours before exams, I was a little bit stressed. Like I didn't even need to study. I didn't know much. 2 hours, I was just getting stressed out and getting stressed out. 1 hour, I'm like, no need. I cannot memorize anything from the exams and everything. But I was able to push myself through and watch the tutorial. I was following along, and using that tutorial, I was able to enter my exams. Alhamdulillah, it was very good. Like, the thing is, burnout. I already mentioned burnout. It doesn't come from hard work. There are two things basically: thinking about working. And I want, like, you can comment it down below. You can write this quote. Is powerful. Thinking about work and working itself costs the same mental currency. Or you can rephrase it: thinking about memorizing Qur'an and actually memorizing Qur'an takes the same mental currency. Or like thinking about working out or working out itself takes the same currency. And thinking about, you get the point. Thinking about work and working itself costs the same currency. And I mean that thing. I mean it literally, and I also mean it metaphorically as well. Thinking about it, like I was just constantly thinking about studying, thinking about studying, and it costs so much mental. In fact, it costs more mental bandwidth for some reason than working. So it's kind of weird, but it costs that much because you'll be thinking like, oh, like especially negative emotions. It just saps away your mental currency also. And so I started to feel burnout. I started to feel overwhelmed with that. Like, when, for example, how is it practical for like your consistency? Burnout, for example, if you think about, that is why I highly recommend in the beginning just do it little. For example, if you are maybe in an extreme season, you must do a lot of it or whatever. When you get overwhelmed, you start to feel burnout. Or when you're doing so much, it's very rarely, like most people are not operating at their own potential. So that is why, like, mostly I've never seen someone like who was although like for the last few days I was working so hard. I was in my computer chair. I would be feeling sleepy. Like last night, I was on this computer chair trying to edit my videos. I was getting sleepy, and within 2 minutes, I was in bed. I've already slept. So it can happen like that, but it's very, very rare. Majority of the times, you just get overwhelmed. Like, I found this new idea. Oh, like this new idea is very difficult. I have to do all these things, and you get overwhelmed. Okay, burnout. I'm telling you, if you just like, you'll be having gaps in your routine, gaps in your habit tracker, gaps in and that's what will make you like, I want to create a new thing, and then it will totally destroy your journey. So far, these three are like minor, and one of the biggest thing now is the ego. We human beings, we have like this ego. We want to feel good, we want to praise us, we want all this approval and all this unconditional love, whatever. The thing is with ego, the problem, it's not just the ego, it's just that when you feed in the ego, for example, you're arguing with someone and then you want to prove them right, you are feeding in the ego. Or there are certain things that just feeds the ego, and when the ego gets inflated, it's very, very difficult to control it. Let me just get a step further. Not just, I wanted to say most of the successful people that failed. I've just taken a step further. All the people that failed, all the people of the greats that failed, they failed because of ego. There was this book. I don't have a physical book, but I have like this audio book. I downloaded it for like Spotify. It's like free. You can go and check it out. I'm not recommend. I'm not like advertised or something like that. Spotify. I read this "Ego Is the Enemy" by Ryan Holiday, and this book is very, very fascinating because it taught me so many things. Like, for example, I heard this quote and it stuck to me that people that know, or those who know, doesn't speak. Those who speak doesn't know. Like, I've been speaking for 4 hours. For 4 hours in this video, like, no. I'm not saying that I'm speaking, like speaking is not is bad. No. Only speak when you're asked to speak. Don't yabber. Shut up. Like, if you want to win at, for example, a loud people, you don't get louder. Get silent. People, like, they want to talk about their accomplishment. They don't want to talk about their fear, their failure, and everything. That is why I end every single one of my videos with a humble quote. People like talking about, I know being humble will make you post our business. I saw many videos like that. Or like being arrogant, that will make you grow. And I would put my hand up and say, humbleness is the only way you grow. That's the only way. Those people are talking about like, I don't have like this energy, this entrepreneurial energy. Like I can't do this thing. Like you might think like they were exceptional. The thing is that you are measuring only those people. Like 99.9% of them they fail, and even those people that pass, they do the time that they created this massive success. It's just that they don't know. But the thing is that those are the times that they were humble. Most of them have humble beginnings and everything, but they're not telling you. It's just that they were like, I was able to take life by the horns and nudge it to my own way, and like I was like, what? Come on! I end every single one of my videos with too much attention makes a donkey think he's a lion. Like really internalize this quote. Too much attention makes a donkey think he's a lion. There are many donkeys out there, like many of them, people like think because they got attention, they think that they are better than everyone else. And I use that quote every single time because every time I think I'm better, or I, for example, recite in front of people and they love the recitation, or I do something like that, or I do some great things, I just sit down, I'm like, too much attention makes a donkey think he's a lion. Instantly, I'm back into my place. Too much attention makes a donkey think he's a lion. Like you can place it in your wall, you can write it and your home screen, whatever. Always put yourself back into your place because the ego, it's just get inflated and like that is why like even Ryan Holiday made mentions that even the greats could have been greater. Ego would prevent you. The thing is that we humans are totally replaceable. Okay, we are not permanent. Someone would surpass us in a few days, in a few months, in a few years. Constantly bringing back your ego. Because, for example, from where I came up, for example, I used to have like students in our madrasa, and like I got a student like very early on. Like I got a student when I was about 2 juice. I remember like 2 juice like that, around like over 2 years ago, and then I was giving students. I was giving about, I think was it 8 students or something, I forgot. But those students started to call me yeah ustaz or yeah sheikh. Like there's this like in Hausa language call it like yeah malam, as in like someone that is knowledgeable. And I got that thing, and the moment I understood, or the moment I internalized that I am better, or I have reached the point that they are calling me a sheikh, instantly I crashed down like hard. It took me a while for me to get back up. I was just barely bringing my head up the water. Like calling you a sheikh or calling you as like a person, you have reached that level. You're better than everyone else. I'm telling you, it will hurt you a lot in your journey, like a lot. I'm telling you, I struggled for the last 3 years because of this thing. Up until one time, there was a time like there was like a walima that they created for us. The walima is like a celebration, like a ceremony that they created for us, like those people that reached half the Quran. And one person was giving us advice. He was like, "You see this word, malam or sheikh? Don't let this word. Don't let this word. I think the name was a name, delude you or something like that. Don't let this word make you fail, because this is one of the most dangerous words. This is like, do not." And there's one person I usually just tell him, no, I'm not. You have to keep yourself back into your place, because for example, if you are consistent in something, like for example, you were able to become even a millionaire, maybe, or maybe you achieved some like kind of kickboxing match, or you became something. Ego, that's when ego is like huge, and then it will crush you. Learning to bring it back. For example, like I told you, I've been tracking my progress for almost 5 months now. What made me track it that much? I was constantly bringing my ego down. Okay? People used to look up to me, like for example, like, oh yeah, I'm recording like 3 hours per guy, 2 hours per guy, 4 hours per guy. But still, like, I'm still bringing myself down. I'm thinking like there are people above me. I need to compete with them, and I'm not looking down on the people below me. So that is how you bring back your ego down, because when you don't bring back your ego, even if you do everything right, this ego will crush you. And this is one of the things I learned the hard way actually. Like ego is very, very dangerous, especially when you're young. It's very dangerous, like very dangerous. And then I'm going to talk about the next thing, which is like content consumption. Don't get me wrong, this is a content, this is a piece of content you're watching and you're learning from them, alhamdulillah. If you reach this far, then possibly you've learned so much. And then content creation, content consumption, sorry. It has its own advantages and also its own disadvantages. The advantages is most of the knowledge I gained a lot, a huge chunk of it from the internet. Even all these books, I would have not known about any of these books because I've never seen anyone close to me having this kind of books. So the fact that I bought all these books, I learned from like the internet and everything. Certain things that are not available, I learned from YouTube, especially YouTube. But the thing is that with people nowadays, like the creators nowadays, like they have like the scripts behind, like with a teleprompter, like say this sex thing, and they say this thing, and then for some reason they like learn how to influence people and totally like I don't really like this thing. I want to speak. That is why I'm speaking with like all my own personal experience. I will give stories and everything. It's better for a person to be yapping about his stories than for me to be like reading a script. Like it's no sophistication. It's this. It's not this thing, and it will just be sounding like so cringe and everything. Like you can tell. Like I don't know whether I'm the only person, but I can tell if a person is just reading from a script or is reading his experience. Even though, for example, I cannot say I'm just yapping for hours with my brain. No, I do have a script. But I have like bullets. For example, there's a script behind me. You cannot see it. I listed all the things. When I just look, for example, over optimizing the all or nothing, burnout, content consumption. When I look at it, I know what I'm supposed to say. Okay, so it's far better to do that. But the thing is that people have like this notion of I want to sound fancy. They will have fancy word. The problem is that they are not experienced like at all. Like they can be experienced, but the thing is that, for example, if you're watching this consistency guide, if you learn this consistency guide, it's help you. And someone will be like, "Don't be consistent. You're not using discipline over consistency." And then what you need is discipline, and they'll kind of make fun of people like talking about all these things, and then you would slowly start to nudge and change to a direction, and then you might fail. I'm not saying that I am the best person. In fact, there was a piece of content that I watched. I made mention, I think, in the Tahajjud Full Guide, I made mention in the Sleep Full Guide, and I'll still make mention of the story in this Full Guide. There's like this river, I think, was it 25-year-old river right now? I don't know. He lives in Dubai, basically. I think his name is Tom, was it J or something like that? You can just type Tom, Thom. I think J, I think it was Decipher or something like that. Forgotten. Just Dubai rivers. He's an entrepreneur, he's a millionaire. He made mention like a routine, like a realistic routine, because at that time I remember I was like creating a routine, I would paste in the wall and people would affect it, I would tear it up, I would create a different routine, I was just optimizing the routine over and over and over. And like I made mention like the currency, like I was spending so much mental currency on creating the timetable, which is zero, it took me zero, just like gave me some experience. And so that person was saying that create a schedule, a routine around your salah, and I was like, oh yeah, that's a good thing. Yeah, I did everything, and then I followed everything. It was a good video, don't get me wrong, but the last part of the video, that's when I misunderstood the message. They were saying 3-2-1 rule. There's a 3-2-1 rule that will help you to sleep. I didn't hear the word help. I just heard just 3-2-1 rule. 3 hours before bed, don't eat. 2 hours before bed, don't drink. 1 hour before bed, don't watch screens. I was like, oh yeah, that's a good idea. That's a very, very good idea. I followed that. But the problem is that I was also going to a madrasa, and the madrasa doesn't close till around 8:30. And by the time I'm back home, sometimes I'm back home around 9. And I wanted to sleep by 10. I'll be like, how can I just eat food 3 hours before bed? How? And I'll be in the madrasa from 5:30. So there is no way I'll be eating dinner at 5:30. It just doesn't happen. I was getting a little bit stressed. I was like, come on, I need to. And I thought that's the like requirement for sleep. If you don't, and so many scholars used to say like, if you want to do Qur'an or if you want to do Tahajjud, wake up for Tahajjud, don't eat before bed. I was thinking like, and I deluded myself. I was like, I must eat. I must not eat 3 hours before bed. And I was like, sometimes I would eat and then I would now wake up. And the thing is, I made my brain believe that for some reason. I'm not eating. I've ate food now. There's no time for me today now. And then I'll sleep and I will not wake up till maybe Fajr. I would wake up multiple times in the night, and that's a pattern I've found that I need to fix actually. For the last maybe 10 years of my life, I think, I don't know, 10 years, maybe 5 years, 6 years, 7 years. But I've been waking up multiple times for nights, almost every single day. I would wake up multiple times, multiple times. Even if I don't drink water, I'll wake up multiple times and go back to sleep multiple times. Like for some days, like it's extreme. Like there were days like I was sick. I woke up over maybe 10, 20 times a night. This is the side point. And so that thing, I was watching the content, and it affected me until like maybe about 8 months or 10 months or even up to a year. I was messaging ChatGPT like a weird feeling or something like that. I was like, there is no way out. Like totally, I'm totally drained. I cannot sustain this thing. Like I have to eat and all this. It was like that person. He lives in Dubai. You live in Nigeria. He has money. He's already built a success. You're not. He's older than you. You are younger. You have the energy. It was just kind of breaking the beliefs in me. And then he told me like, you don't need to not eat. You can still eat and wake up. And I was like, huh? Okay, let me try it. And the next day I woke up with that dream for some reason. I was like, nowadays I like you don't. If I didn't tell you, you don't know, but I ate last night and I was still wake up. I woke up early, not really early, but I was like, let me sleep deprived for the last few days because I was just working so hard. It was a day. I woke up. I slept instead of working. I slept around 1 a.m. and I woke up around 5 a.m. and I recorded for an hour and a half. The next day I didn't get enough sleep in the daytime. I got like 10. Like, I just started to get sleep and then it was time for soda or something like that. I woke up, I continued, and then the next day I was just so sleepy. Like I was in my computer around 9:30 or 10. I just went to bed and then boom, I woke up around 5 time. So side point. The thing is that nowadays I understand. Okay, like food doesn't dictate anything. It doesn't. It never dictates anything like that. When you eat food, it makes a little bit difficult. But and even if they talk about difficulty, it's not like as big as the people make it out to be. It's not. Trust me, it's not. We talk about like it's gonna be this massive thing. It's not like I promise you, it's not like that. Because the days I've eaten and the days I haven't eaten for the night, you would not know that. You would have zero. You would not. In fact, the days I've eaten, you would think like I haven't even eaten, or the days I haven't eaten, the amount of volume that I put in my work, you would think like I haven't eaten. I've actually eaten. And I'm not saying I eat before bed, and I understand it does get less quality sleep because there was a day I slept for a good amount, but because I ate before sleeping, I woke up and I was a little bit sleepy. So your sleep quality will be less. That which makes you have to need more sleep, maybe in the daytime, but it doesn't affect your work. At least for me, it doesn't affect my work. But the thing is that you don't have enough time to sleep in the daytime, so that is why. So it's kind of something like I'm even battling until this day. So I made mention of watching content. Be very careful. Another reason to be very careful of watching content is that you'll be changing your opinion so much. Because, for example, like Tahajjud, this is where I most failed a lot. Like one content creator will be like, "You 8 hours of sleep before blah 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 blah." I'll be like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna sleep 8 hours." And that person will be, "If you're sleeping 6 hours, you waste your life." I'm like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna stop sleeping 6 hours." And that person will be like, "I slept for 3 hours and Alhamdulillah, I'm going to be productive and like all these things." And I'll be like, "Oh, 3 hours of sleep." No, it's just I was just changing, constantly changing, and that is what will hurt you a lot. Constantly changing. Okay? When you change, for example, I tweak my routine, I change everything. Don't get me wrong, there are certain things that circumstances that arise in life that you have to change. But the thing is that when you keep on changing things, you keep on changing. Like, don't get me wrong, there are circumstances that when it arise, you have to change. But the thing is that don't overly change. Like, just iterate. I would say if you have to, you must like. There are days like this is not my original setup. I used to change the setup like to be from this side, then work this side, and then I just changed actually to find the best one. Don't get me wrong, but changing it, constantly changing your routine, changing your habits, changing these things. And I show you my habit tracker. Right? So I observe like sometimes I would track 8 metrics, sometimes 11 metrics, sometimes 12 metrics, sometimes I would change the metrics and all these things. That is what made me like so inconsistent in the past. And I think I will maintain this one because I love this. There are 12 of them. So constantly changing it, that will hurt you like a lot, I'm telling you. And then the next thing is actually their peer groups. What I mean by that is like the friends you have, the people around you. Like I told you the story of when I was in the madrasa, when I was trying to memorize Quran during the competitions, Quran competition. The thing is that we were together with about 3 to 4 people, and all of them were ambitious. Like they were speaking about how ambitious they are. It's just that when it comes to the work, they can't even fathom, they can't even comprehend, they can't even imagine themselves doing Quran that much. And I have like a lot of drive to do the Quran. Don't get me wrong, I was stay in the masjid the whole day. The problem is that I'm having friends that are constantly drilling me, constantly dragging me down. For example, we would go into the masjid from around 9. One of my friends would be like on his phone, he'll be like messaging and chatting all these things. Another friend of mine will be like working around, like trying to revise Quran, and then sometimes he will sit down and chat with some and speak to some people and just come back. And I'll be like, another person will be like, no, can you review this thing for me? And then I will review it to him. I will start doing it. Another person will be like, oh, can you please? I'm like, just constantly giving outputs. I'm not doing my thing. I was just constantly giving out people, helping people out. And then that person, when he's done with his phone, he will come back and he will give the last portion of him. And then at that moment, he will start to complain about something things. And like, before you know it, time for sleep. I haven't even done much. And so they were constantly just dragging me. I'm not saying like I do. I was supposed to say no. That was the time I actually bought this book because it used to hurt me like a lot. I'll be like, I don't want to see the page they're doing, or like people are distracting me. How can I just say no? And that's just why I have to buy this book. Although it taught me some amazing, but it did not teach me to say no. You have to like push yourself to say no. That's just the thing. The friends you have, they can either inspire you or they can tire you. And from listening to this audiobook, ego is the enemy, and it says that a person needs 3 people around him. One is a teacher to learn from, another is a student to teach, and then the third one is a challenger or a person to compete with. From my peers, I don't have a teacher from them. I am like the top of them, and I'll teach them. It's just that I learn from my books, and I keep constantly bringing my ego down so that I'll be able to learn more and I'll teach more. I'm not saying that they are students of mine. It's just that, for example, I give out my lessons like in YouTube. I give out my lessons without the scars. I even tell them the mistakes I did, not like embarrassing mistakes, but like the mistakes they can make in their journey. I was just giving it down out to them. I would give it out to YouTube as well. So I kind of deem it as my students. I challenge that is why I really like. I'm looking for someone who's ambitious as me, or even better than me, so that I can challenge. I don't really have that. Okay. Let's go over the things like I mentioned. Over optimizing, stop over optimizing. All or nothing. You can go all or nothing, but be careful. It is a warning. You can't destroy your routine. There's this burnout as well. There's content consumption, peer groups as well. Ego, those 6 things. I'm telling you, stay away from all these things. I'm telling you. And then if you stay away from there are certain things, certain different things that would affect you, but it's not a problem. I will not say it's a big problem, but these are the main big problems you have. And if hopefully you avoid all these things, inshallah, before Allah, you will continue doing your consistency journey. And now we're gonna come to the framework. I'm so excited for this framework. I have a 4-letter framework, basically. I have a 4-letter framework. I call it the WHEN framework, WHEN. And I'll give examples. W, write down all the habits you're thinking of, the one you want to be, not just the one you want to be consistent in, all the habits, all the good habits you want in your mind. Write them down. And then sort it out. The top 5. Okay? Which one, if you have this 5, which is the most relevant to you, which are the top 5 that are really, really good for you, eliminate the rest of them. Like put a line and delete all these things, cross it out. Only these 5 things matter. Write them down. The second, which is habits tracker. You can use the habit tracker. You can create a habit tracker. Maybe I think I would put a link, maybe to like a PDF in the description. Habit tracker. Track all the habits, like all of them. Okay. Put, like for example, the days on the left side and the boxes. Like there are so many templates you can use. You can search it up online. Maybe I will give you a template. Who knows? Put it up. Okay. The third thing, explain. You need to explain what a specific habit means, because when you're not specific, for example, I might say reading. I have to specify what does reading mean. What does it mean? Reading, does it mean to read the Qur'an? Does it mean to read Quran, or does it mean to read several books, or does it mean to read these things, or what does learning mean? Does it mean watch content, or does it mean you need to specify it, and then never miss twice as the end. When write down the habits tracker, track your habits. E for explaining the specific habits, and N never miss twice. So let's give examples. I have about 5 content pillars. I make my content around based on these 5 things: Deen, discipline, strength, brotherhood, and also mission. Let's take the first one, which is Deen. The best example I can give, let's say for example you want to track the habit of tahajjud. I write down the habits. Every time I pick tahajjud as the main one, I create my habit tracker and I put the tahajjud. And then the E, I will explain what does tahajjud mean to me. What does it mean? Does it mean waking up and doing the salah, or does it mean opening the Quran as well? Like I explain, okay, tahajjud only. Does it mean to do it before sleep, after sleep, or in the middle of the night? I said tahajjud is any prayer I do, any rak'ah I do from after Isha till Fajr. All these things are deemed as tahajjud. Although they are, for example, when the first azan of Fajr starts, all these things are not tahajjud. I don't count as tahajjud. So I said, okay, what is the bare minimum? That's one. The bare minimum. Okay, the bare minimum is 3 rakahs. You can do 2 rakahs obviously, but the thing is that this witr is very important, so that is why I said 3 rakahs. Okay, the minimum is 3 rakahs. Okay, I press it into the habit tracker. I'm like, I'm never gonna miss twice. So I'm gonna do it consistently. Whenever I miss a day, it's fine. It's not a problem. I recognize. I use the AUP. I'm aware of, okay, I missed this thing. I understand the problem and I prevent that from happening again. I'll do it again and again. That's how I've been doing. The next thing for discipline, for example, let's pick discipline. The thing we pick from discipline is, let's say we choose which habits we think should be based about discipline. Let's say cold exposure. Because I really hate cold exposure. I hate cold exposure. I don't know whether it's just the black people or something like that. I don't like cold exposure. It's just that it's very, very powerful for me. But I don't like that. And so let's use cold exposure. I write it down. Okay, cold exposure. I created a habit tracker and I inserted cold exposure inside the habit tracker. Okay. And I explain what it does cold exposure mean. I mean, what does it mean? And I said, okay, it means take a shower, a cold shower. Okay. And so okay, what's the bare minimum of cold exposure? Just 1 pour in your body and that's it. Okay, fine, I understand. And I put it in the wall and now it's like never miss twice. The third, for example, third maybe habits for strength, I'll be like, okay, working out. Or I might track good sleep. Let's just track good sleep. I think it's better. Because for your strength and energy or whatever, good sleep, okay. Good sleep. I'll write it down. I'll create a habit tracker and I'll press it in the wall. Okay, I'll explain what does good sleep mean. What does it mean to sleep, to have a good sleep? You can also track negative habits as well. Like you have to just track it. You can track it as well. Maybe you can have 2 separate habit tracker, one for good things and one for bad things. You can track whatever. It doesn't really need to be the good things. Okay, so if let's say, okay, what does good sleep mean? It means now eating before bed. Okay, I understand. Okay, what does it? Another explanation. Okay, is it that duration of sleep? Okay, it's not. I'll explain it the way I understand. Okay, because sometimes I cannot cheat the system. Then never miss twice. Understand? The fourth thing for the brotherhood, I would say spending time, quality time with your family. Okay, I learned to spend quality time with the family. Okay, fine, understand. How can I spend the quality time with the family? I'm gonna spend. Let's just say I written down. I've written my habit tracker and I inserted it. What does it mean? Okay, it means uninterrupted time with the family. Okay, what is the bare minimum? Bare minimum is like maybe 10 minutes. Okay, fine, 10 minutes. I understand, never miss twice. Like, the thing is that, like, for the last few days, I've been, like, working, like I said, I was in this extended season, so I was not seeing my family as much. Even though I live in the same house, I do eat and I come back, I'm mostly in my room. And I got this awful feeling, like, I'm supposed to be giving much, I'm not doing much. They're like, what have they done to me? I'm just so focused. I was feeling a little bad, and I said, okay, I'm gonna sacrifice my sleep for now. I stayed in the parlor and spent a lot of time with my family. I was excited. I was just happy, whatever, all these things. And then I came back and I kept working. So it's very, very good. And then after that, what's the next thing? Never miss twice. Okay, fine. You can do 10 minutes. You can do weekly, whatever. It's just I really highly recommend weekly, daily. Sorry. There was the next habits. The final one, let's say journaling, or for the mission, or journaling, or reading. Let's pick reading. I think. No, journaling will be better. Journaling. I've written down. I've created a habit tracker. I've pasted in the wall. Okay. What's the next thing? I've created. Okay, let me explain. What does journaling mean? Journaling, when they say journaling, I mean, okay, processing down your emotions and processing down all your thoughts and having a clearer mind. Like, it can be different. Okay, well, specify is it the goal journaling, or is it the documenting journaling, or is it the reflective journaling? Because I have all three. I have all these three. It's like, right? I have all three of them. This one is a very new journal I bought. It's for like documenting my life every single day, and the timetable routine I have. This one is my goals journal. I would journal all the goals I have and the progress to my goals. And then this one, I've been having this one for over a year. This is where I document a lot of things actually, like my reflective journaling. So you can see it's very much. I think I almost finished the book actually. So you can see I've documented all these things. So specify it. Okay, specify. Okay, this is the things I'm gonna do. Never miss twice. Okay, boom. I have all these 5 things. Then track it. Okay, what if I miss a day? No problem. Come back. I'm telling you, this framework will drastically help you. And surprisingly, you've finished the consistency guide. Watching this video was not easy. I'm telling you, like, you don't realize how much you've done. You deserve a pat in the back. I wish there's a way I can reach out to you. Thinking about this, it just makes me so happy. Like, there's someone that would watch my own videos. There was not any Irfan that will be telling me what to do, but you have that. You did a really, really good job. I'm not saying that because I will get views or something like that. Watching a 4-hour guide and someone like me, 4 hours, I'm telling you, is huge. It's huge. And I'm really, really glad for you. What are the things like I want to create in the future? Maybe I have my own things, but you can comment if you want the things you want to see, the next guide you want to see. And remember the promise I made? I fulfilled my promise, alhamdulillah. I haven't spoken about my program so far. Remember the thing I told you, never buy that program. Don't buy that program. Focus on growing yourself. If this video helps you, then fine, do whatever you want. But before this video helps you, I would highly not recommend you to buy the program. Use whatever I have. And you know, watching the video is like half of the equation. The other half is implementing what you have. I would like to end with a humble quote. Too much attention makes a donkey think he's a lion. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.